Oh shit. Okay. Oh crap. There we go. Dude. There we go. Well, there you go. Now you get to know my inner thinking. Tier list. Oh. Well, it's all good. I mean, nothing too private was shown. Okay, I'm all good. Oh. Okay, now this one is on purpose. I usually open this up and then to show the video. I think I've been forgetting it though. No goblins. Yeah, no well, technically no goblins on the banner or not the banner, the portrait. Yeah, no goblins on the. Well, no, there's a goblin down here. No, there's a mushroom down here. So I tried to make her look like she was still at the little desk, because last night I had a really good run with a mushroom, and I ended up going into a classroom. So this is like literally like I don't know who did this or why. I mean, because I think I forgot, because I think this one was on 4chan that I got that I downloaded this one from. So they had a school thing, and it was ironic because in Mushroom Musume, I thought they are legally much. Well, okay, maybe not this one. Okay, look, my brain works in weird ways. Okay. Because when I did this, I was going for the goth mushroom. So now we are getting to it, because what we have today is the tier list. Okay, now because of one thing that I had here, one of these games is literally unplayable, and it got me to thinking. I'm like, because one of these games in here that's really bad. Now that I've been enlightened, and I'm like, does that deserve to be in the unplayable section? I don't know. But I definitely have here in the S. These are the games that are going to either go viral or going to be the sleeper hits, like / must buys. These are going to be all that, And A's are the solid games. It's like this your basic, like, you're not going to be disappointed with this game. I have yet to think of a name for this or any of this. But we can get to that, because this one is like probably B. It's probably just good, but maybe Steam sale. C would be meh, And D, let's go straight to F. Because I don't even a D is what somewhat passable. I think, like barely passable, because it's like right in that bracket, and uh, you know, so I'm not quite sure about that. Definitely not sure about that. Okay, so on the first on the list is wrong one. Oop boop. Because I have, just to make it easier for myself, I divided it into days. So everything here is all based on days. I have a lot of games. I didn't realize I played this many games. But apparently I played a lot of games. So, oh, oop. In the meantime, I'll put some background music on, which I may have to pause temporarily, only because of showing a trailer from every now and again. But first on the list is Metal Slug Tactics. Now, I am a big fan of Metal Slug. I love it. I love it dearly. But is this going to be an S? Could I put this in an S? I don't think so. Because I love it. And it's a different departure from just Metal Slug in general. But I would definitely put it in a high A. Because this would either be high A or low S. Like, I'll revisit it and see if I can adjust everything around. Because I really love Metal Slug. I absolutely love Metal Slug. I loved that run that I had until the very boss, the boss at the very end. I misjudged. I misjudged. What's it called? Actually, what I could do, which would be a good idea, is bring up your channel. The first days. So that way I know exactly where everything happened. Because this one took a while. And it was right in here where everything started going wrong. Because when it showed the destruction, I thought it was going to be just a small portion. And it was not. And that's because it's a small portion right here. So I thought it would just be that portion, like that dividing line. It was this whole freaking block. But I genuinely love this game. I don't know if I would put it in S. I want to put it in S, but is this going to be a sleeper hit? Is this going to be a viral game? Or is this going to be a must buy? I think it might, if it goes on sale, it'll be a must buy. And if you get it for a good price. But right now, I'm just going to put it into a good, solid game. The next one on the list is Strong Fortress, which was a surprising little game because that one was this weird Spider-Mech game that started off really slow. It was really, really slow. But then, started to go into all this. Like, once it started branching out, then it made a lot more sense. And I'm not sure, because I don't think I showed the trailer on that one. But, boop. Oh. Strong. Can you take me to the store, please? Store page? What? Was it removed? 1 minute. I don't think I... Oh, that is weird. It has achievements. So it has achievements linked to it, but store page. There's nothing. There's nothing. Add to the wish list. Add to the wish list. Add to the wish list. Just because. And screw it. We're adding this to the wish list too. I don't. Can I play it? Okay, it allows me to play it. Can I go to the community? Oh god, okay, this is weird. Okay, but based off of that, I mean nothing here is working for some reason. I can't look it up. I don't know why. But I was gonna throw the trailer, but unless through the power of YouTube. Strong Fortress. Because maybe... See, this... Because once I realized that you can form this entire line and it becomes a wall. And all this becomes extra health. It starts to make a lot more sense. And then you just... Yeah. Like this thing... The beginning trailer, the beginning portion did not really... show much, but once it did, why is it every single game I've played has tentacles of some kind? But it's that. So with that in mind, because it's good. But would I put it in A? No. I think I'm going to be cruel for right now and gauge everything lower than probably should be unless it really wowed me. Unless it really, really, really wowed me. So right now I'm going to put it in good. Because I think this is where it should be. And next on the list is Decurion. This one was weird. This one was really weird. Because this one... was that weird, like 80s inspired, almost arcade Bomberman type, or... It is very, very weird. I can imagine it being a party-based game, but I think it's only single player. And once you start playing through it, it's just there's nothing else to it. Like you have all the trailer showed all these little things, but I did not get around to it because it was just meh at best. So, while not a bad game, it is definitely not a game that... I mean, is it worthy of an F? Is it unplayable? No. Well, it's playable. I don't take that as it's not playable. It is playable. It's right here. It doesn't really wow me in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if I'm being cruel to that or if I'm just like, eh. But then again, this is my own little tier list. So, and this was just... You know what? I'm gonna add another row, and I'm gonna make this purple. Oh. Ah, caps locks. Not for me. But it still begs the question: is whether or not this goes into here or goes into here. No, because I've seen it. No, because there's another Bomberman inspired. Yeah, I'm gonna put this into not for me, because there might be some people that like this, but it's just not good enough. And this one right here is Dice Fold. This was the card game that I quite enjoyed. I don't know if many people like card-based systems. Okay, there it is. Dyson Fold. So this one was interesting because, yeah, it is very interesting because you have to equal, with these, you have to do exact numbers on the die roll. But if you have a numbered die, like, or number, numerical value, you just have to throw dice into it. So it makes it very interesting because for some of these high ones, you just chuck, and you're just chucking dice into it. But for some of these, like triple, this is the boss I lost at because I thought getting rid of the Hydra heads was probably the way to go. So I killed them all in one turn, and they just keep coming back. So I'm not quite. I should go back and play this game just to, you know, because I unlocked a bunch of new heroes or a bunch of new characters. And the demo is still active. It's just that the demo is not, probably not on the store page anymore, but I'm not quite certain of that. But I genuinely loved this game, and I could definitely see someone like Grub playing it. It is... Yeah, exactly. You gotta learn the stats. Yeah, the strats, yeah. But I'd imagine, because I saw Grub playing another card-based game, but it was a lane battler card-based game. And I could definitely see him playing this. And it was very fun, and it's very simple. It is remarkably simple. Because any numerical whatsoever, and boom, he's dead. Because this is how you kill them. So even though this guy's scary as hell because it's 7 attack, you just have to throw one dice into him and he's dead. But this guy requires a 2. So you can throw a 5 into here and it'll just... I mean, you're wasting a 5 on that, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do. Grub! Or, but this one's a tricky one because you actually have to roll a 2. So, with that, you have this little area right here. And this little area right here is dice that you save for later. So it might actually behoove you to keep lower dice. Don't know, maybe. Now, this is just me because I love card games. I love Pokemon back when I played it. I loved Magic the Gathering when I played it. So I just have that card-based mentality on it. But it's definitely not meh. And it's definitely for me. It's not an F, and it was definitely playable. Is this going to be a viral sleeper hit? Or a must buy? I mean, I can definitely see it becoming a sleeper hit. But only for card-based enthusiasts? Is it up here with Metal Slug? I mean, if I have more A's, it'd probably be right here in the low A. But for right now, we're gonna put it into the high B because if you got this game on a Steam sale, then I could just imagine it being like a really good deal or a really good buy. Oh, it took you a while to get to Slay the Spyro. Yeah, playing the game is fun. I don't know how it is for watching unless you're really into card-based games. And even then, you have to know the strategies to some degree, or you have to know the game to some degree. Because if you don't know the game, then all you're seeing is just number go up, number go down, number go up, number go down. It's just I love it. I love it a lot. But I think B is a good place for it. This one is weird. This one is super duper weird. That one was Grandier? Grandier? Granvier. It's I legitimately have no clue what to say to that because it is that there is so much depth to this game because it right out the gate it barely gives you a tutorial because it's automatically assuming that you're going to level up yourself and you're going to start investing into it yourself. But that means that the learning curve, well, the skill ceiling is high and the barrier to entry level is high. It's almost like a third-person front mission game where you are modifying your entire mech from everything from the engines to the components to the weapons to everything. And it is just like it has this element to it as well because you're supposed to get to that end this end goal. This is your end goal, is to get to the enemy or the enemy base and destroy it. So this ends up becoming like a roguelike in some instances. But because of how in-depth it is, because it is right here, like you have the tune-ups, you have I don't remember if this will show. Yeah, there's so many things, but since it would not show, I will now demonstrate on my stream. Oh, wrong one. Because I did play it here. So, right here, you have your hangars, your cargo holds, and this is me in the combat menu. But right in the beginning, it is just so deep. This is why I have such a hard time placing it. I'd imagine like if someone played this game like a first go around and knows what every single one of these little things do and knows what every single little thing is, I'd imagine that this game could become really good and probably even really good to watch, like an expert go at it. But right there, right? All these little abilities, all these little tune-ups, like it goes deep. So it's a lot of reading. It's so much reading. It is so deep to the point or to the level that it's just that entry level is going to be Hello, Locust. But that entry level is so deep at that moment that it's probably going to filter a lot of people. But I would not play. I would not stream this. I would play it because I love this depth. I would not stream this because I would have to get good at the game and then play it. And then even then, it is that extra layer. Because this is definitely for me. For some reason that hits that mech jockey, mech pilot. It's the reason why I like Mech Warrior Online, but this goes so much deeper. It's basically like front mission, the third person shooter, but with roguelike elements and because it's I could see it being up here for some people because it offers you that depth. I could definitely see it being here for some people, but because of how deep this game is, I'm going to place it in the B category. And I know that's criminal because it should be right up here. It realistically should be up here. Yeah, because well, no. You know what? I'm going to put it up here. Because here's the reason why. Here's my thinking. Is that you're not going to get this game without looking at the trailer and without looking at it in depth. So if you get this game, you know exactly what you're getting and you're going for it. So placing it here would probably be criminal to it. Even though for most people, it'd probably be here or here. So I'm going to put it in the A. It'll probably be in the low A as I start getting more and more stuff, but it's definitely going to be an A because it's such a deep game. And on to and on to Mech Builder. Mech Builder is this really cute. It's basically Gunpla the game. It is so cute because you're doing all this. You're clipping pieces. You're putting pieces together, and it's a nice little zone out game that you can enjoy. It's not for everyone, but I could definitely see like the miniature gamer, the comfy streamer. Still better than the zombie game with no zombies. Yes, that's I mean, the thing is that it was playable. It has to be because that's you're the reason why, Tommy. You're the reason why. Because I wanted to put it right here, but it's like, does it deserve to be in that same category as an unplayable game? And once you started asking me that, that's when I started thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, you know what? That's probably not fair to it. So, it's not a good game, but it's definitely a playable, not good game. So it could have potential to be a D. But here's where it gets interesting, though, for this little Gunpla builder, is that it gets really complicated, because as these things start to get more and more pieces, because... Oh. Let me fast forward a little bit. There we go. Now, this was one of the kaiju creatures, and it had quite a lot of pieces, and I think I may have... Oh, yeah. Okay, I did show this off. Because right after this, I went into the final build, and they just offered so many pieces. So many little brackets, so many little pieces. And you have up here, I really should recenter this, but up here you have little tabs. And up here on your little tabs are your user manuals, your, like, everything that you would get from an actual kit. So it is uniquely interesting because you can still build everything, and you can still build everything to its design and specifications. But there is, yeah, this is the one that I did that with, but that was the big complicated guy. So I could have sat there and built this guy, but I got the gist of it. It's I could definitely see someone like Ina, like that's a good comfy streamer, playing this game and then zoning out. But right here, it's not in the demo. Well, I don't know if it's in demo because you have to complete the final piece, but you can kit bash all those pieces together. So then all of a sudden, all of these different little model kits now become open to you to kit bash. And it offers so much replayability, or just like comfy replayability, that it's kind of insane. And it should not be that. It should not be that way for that game. Okay. I'm looking for the one little segment, just the one little teeny tiny segment. Because I can imagine this being, or having, a lot more. Where's the part where you drop a part and spend 2 hours looking for it? Actually, I did that. I lost a part somewhere, and I ended up finding it later because it's all in the game screen. But I ended up losing a part. But like some of these things, right? Like these little things right here. I think I did lose one of these things. One of these little things went to the toe. And I remember losing one of those pieces in this stream. I just don't know at what part. But luckily, it's not like real life where you just drop it in your carpet and then it's just gone until you you either step on it or you vacuum it up. And thankfully, because this thing had little antennas too, so I'd imagine that would be a pain in the ass. But it's because of that. I like this game, but I would say good. It's definitely not meh. It's a good game. It's a good, decent, solid game. That I just, it's good. If it went on sale, I probably would buy it right out the gate go. But considering that this game is so simple, it probably would be like launching on like $10 at tops, maybe, with maybe updates and DLCs or whatever. Like, because I could see this becoming even more complex with more and more builds, and then adding stuff like aerial strikers and everything like that. So now all of a sudden you can make aerial Gundams as well, or mechs. And it's because of that I'll put that in the B. Now, I don't know how long this stream is going to be, because I still have quite a lot of games to go through, and some of them I do have a lot to talk about. So it's going to be an interesting one, but I should be done by 9. So it's going to be what should be my average streams. No, because my average stream is like, what, 6 hours now? I've been running for 6 hours, but it's intended to be like 4 to 9. So hopefully we'll be done by 9. Good old coffee. And this one is the blacksmith game. The blacksmith game that I was sharpening the shaft. So you're a dwarf in this little game, and it is an interesting little game because you have a shop. You have a shop to your blacksmith. You're being besieged, so it has enough here to incentivize you, and it has a wildlife, so there probably will be combat added to it eventually. I don't know to what degree or what extent, but they probably will add it eventually. But the biggest thing is, where is it? Because the crafting is after minus the the shaft. Yeah. Oh, here. You need to understand. There's context to that. Because after you blacksmith, you have to take it to the bench, right, and assemble everything. They haven't did it to where you can sharpen. For swords it works, but for axes. Yeah, for axes, So yes, I'm basically just like either sharpening or polishing the shaft at this point, because this is a simple little wooden one, but it does get more complex, like with this one, because this one was a big metal one. And it was that big metal one that was interesting, because it does allow you to hammer everything. So it is a really uniquely. That's called the handle, my friend. It's okay. It's. Yes, okay, it's the handle, but, you know, it's... you know what I mean? You know... So after this, you see, because all of this is, like, a higher level. So, it's metal at this point. So... when you're doing this, you're sharpening it. You're not sharpening this point. So it could still use some work. But outside of that, it still had, like, for what the demo showed, it's not bad. I honestly legitimately enjoyed it. The question is, it's not, from what I've seen in the demo, it's not quite here. I'd imagine for some people that don't like blacksmithing or like any of that little things, it'd probably be right here, if not here. But I kind of enjoyed it. If anything, it'd probably be right back here somewhere. But I would definitely pick this up on a Steam sale, because that is definitely true. Especially by giving it that much time, it gives it time to grow. And with that growth, you know, more content will be added to it. So, I'm gonna put it here for now, because I think that's a good placement. Now, screwdriver. This one was interesting. Oh, I probably should show the trailer for that. The blacksmith game. Dude, bop. Oh. Because it, even though my gameplay shows enough, but you can see here, you got the village, you have the mines, you have the forest, and then you have the thing, the castle. So, it is a very unique game that it's interesting enough to where it can keep you at it. But is it for most people? I don't know. I don't think so. But if you have that urge to, you know, just build this stuff and then own your own little weapon crafting as well, then or weapon crafting store, then it's actually not that bad. But maybe I should put another tier, because if I could put another tier, I'd put it right below B, because I think that maybe it probably belongs in here somewhere. Because would I prefer over Dyson Fold? Probably not. Would I prefer over Strong Fortress? Probably not. And Mech Builder is just such a cute game, and it's something that you'd probably just relax to. And then we have, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Add a row. Put this. Okay, you know what? B for blue is good enough. Good enough. Oh, what do I do? What do I call this? B minus? Needs work. Oh god, why what happened? Why did you put the B over there? Okay, you know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. Cuz I could see it being better with time. But from the demo alone, is it up here? I don't know. So I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it here, and, let's go with that. But Screwdrivers was very interesting. It's basically a builder blocks car racing game, which it's a very fun and interesting game. I can imagine this being in multiplayer, being very fun, because now all of a sudden, because you can connect these things, and you can have little spinny blades on this thing. So you can, instead of creating like a very fast machine, you can just create like a bulldozer of death. So at this point, like whatever your mind can conceivably create, you can make. And every single one of these pieces are destructible to some degree. It's just that I'm not good at that. But I definitely, because I put a little bit more time into it, and I still need more time to build these things, because it is I could definitely see this being, yes, the cool concept, but yeah, that's where I was running into problems, because it wants to place it where it wants to place it, and I had a hard time putting it exactly where I wanted it to be. So when you get to this point, I can imagine it being very fun. But my point of contention and issue is that this is the builder right here. Let me go to a point where I can. Okay, here's where I started building stuff, because I wanted it right here in the center. I wanted it in this one and this one. So that way I have these two little side panels here. And for some reason, it just kept shunting to the front and shunting to the back. And I wanted it to just be a tiny tiny, minute movements. So that way you can go one hole or one peg at a time, and I just couldn't do it. So most of my time was spent trying to futz and fits with this. But once it started, I mean, yeah, because I put 2 engines on this thing, and in order to get those 2 engines to work cooperatively, I need to find a way of connecting the 2 engines together to get more horsepower. Because at this point, I'm just adding more weight to the machine without adding the horsepower. So, but right in one of these, I mean, this thing was a heavy beast because it did well in the destruction, as you can see. My axles always fell apart because it wasn't the most defended. But it worked because I had that much weight behind it. But in this one, it does show. It does show. Oh no, I finished it there. That one of these machines are just like that one right there. It had a tutorial section showing what you could do. So you can interlock pieces into one another to create multiple moving pieces on top of your thing. And it says, you know what, you're not going to be driving with this. All it can do is wobble. And you know what, it's fine because it was a nice, good little proof of concept. That's why I find interesting. Because if you can start doing this, I'd imagine people like very, very creative people are going to create saw blades right in front or right on behind on their vehicle. But the building system needs work. The building system needs a lot of work. The thing is that once I'd imagine, I think it's in a better spot than the blacksmith, but it's definitely somewhere down here because I'd imagine someone just copying and pasting a build and then just racing with that. So you let the build crafters do their job or like do the job for you, and then you just get the build craft and race with it with your friends. So I imagine just like sitting there in the little workshop, the in-game workshop thing, just downloading builds and experimenting with them. And because of that, I'll put that here. Because I can definitely see this being a really fun co-op game. Or no, technically it's not co-op. A really fun party game that you fight one another with. I could imagine, because this is like those weird Legos. And those weird Lego things, I forgot what they were called. But those things had spring mechanisms to them. And those spring mechanisms you could put little rockets into, and they can fire. So I'd imagine sometime in the near future, if not in the full game, they're going to have ranged weaponry to some degree. Which could be very, 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 very fun. So for here, I will put this in the B. Because it's good. Is it up here? No, I don't think so. If anything, I'd probably say Dyson Fold is probably up here before Screwdrivers. But Dyson Fold is one of those, like, not a lot of people like card games, and a lot of people do like card games. It's kind of like you're in or you're out, you're in or you're out, you're in or you're out. And if you love your card games, this is going to be up here or up here. But if you don't like your card games, it's going to be down here. It's like the not for me or the F. Now this one, I could imagine this being a free to play game. Like if this was a free to play game, I would like right up here, because it does have an in-game currency system that, you know, it could go that way. Let's put it that way. It could go that way. Because I don't know what the monetization is going to be like, but I think for right now, it's going to be right about here. On to the next game, which is Wizard Legend 2. Now, Wizard Legend 2 was suggested to me by a certain someone And this is fun. It's a uniquely cute little fun game.
The trials are the single greatest test of skill and mass in all the world.
It's very similar to that of like Hades and other such games of that genre.
The different elements of Arcana each hold their own unique
Now,
style. Water
is this
between
for
offense
everyone?
and defense. Like
Definitely
Arcana
not.
hit lightly, but quickly.
Because a lot of people don't necessarily like this. But for the people that do like it, like me,
Arcana
this
as
is
paramount as
good.
mastering stronger
It's really
spells.
good and a solid game.
A boost to your Arcana should
And
serve you wisely. Relics are mementos of great wizards of old.
because you can each of these mages are different. So each of your runs are going to be entirely and uniquely different between one another
Continue to
as they get
persevere.
new skills and abilities. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like Rogue Legacy.
What a breathtaking display of power. Oh,
Guess you weren't as
But
invincible as you thought.
The
apparatus can make all kinds of changes.
I mean, God, where would I put that? Where could I put that? Because is this an A game? Because it is. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely above Dyson Fold, but is it still a B? Okay. You know what? Let's change this. Solid game. I would buy. So that way it classifies it a bit better. So this is something I would buy at full price. And this is something I would buy on a Steam sale. So would I buy Wizard Legends 2 right out the gate? Depending on the price value, because all these are indie games. So technically speaking, is that would I buy this at full price? Like let's say this is like $30. Would I pay for that? You know what? I'm gonna go high B, because I probably would buy this on a Steam sale. Okay. So even Locust agrees. So the first one was actually better, but so that would mean if the first one is better, yeah, then this is definitely a B. And it definitely, because I like the more action-based games, so I'll definitely put that in front of Dyson Fold. And I love my tower defense, but would I put Strong Fortress? You know what? I'll readjust this after I place everything. Because now I'm already starting to second guess Strong Fortress. Like, because I want, like, do I see myself playing more Strong Fortress or more Dyson Fold? Because now that I'm starting to ask questions to myself. Gobsmacked is... I want to like it. I really want to like it. I really want to like it. You're basically a goblin that is you're in essence a loot goblin on fucking speed. And it is a very interesting fun game because you can kick things, you can chuck things, you can shoot things, and all this is destructible. So and there's a tiny bit of lore here. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever played a... I'll look that up now, actually. But this right here, this is what I have contention with. Because I don't remember if I described this, but for this being an arena shooter, you want to be able to just boom. Because you already had line of fire. Just make it to where as soon as you see that person, boom, right click, fire. But what it does instead is that it goes into this bullet time. And this bullet time which means you have to hold down the right click and then click the left click. And your left click is your kick and punch. So it slows down this entire thing. And that's what I have contention with. Because for how fast-paced this game is, for how absolutely rambunctious this game is, it slows way too much down. And all this, you have a very limited time. It is a roguelike as well. And much in the same way that oh crap. Neapolitan played this. Or not this, but it was like Tiny Engine or RoboQuest. It was called RoboQuest. 500 caliber contracts. Oh, okay. I mean, it's going like literally old school YouTube. Because I remember this stuff in YouTube. What the hell? It looks so derpy, but at the same time... I mean, it doesn't look the best, but I can see what it's going for. Yeah, I can definitely see what it's going for. Because there's another game, other games that are platformers that are like this, where you use abilities to pounce all over the place, and you can go through levels fast. And I don't know because I haven't played this, but if there's actually a mechanic for shooting your weapon and adding momentum to it, that could be very fun, especially from a platforming perspective. Oh, it's a demo. Well, you know what? We'll give it a try, maybe some in a bit or later. Because right now, it's the tier list. Because with Gobsmacked, right. Day 2. Because I started... Oh, there is. Okay, cool. Now, with Gobsmacked, it's here, I'm out of ammo. I've got 7. Because I definitely want to get to a point where I finish the level and it goes to... Ow! Okay, there. Right there. More ammo. Oh. Okay, that hurt. So right in here, once everything's dead. It just drops. It just starts dropping loot like crazy. I love myself some ammo. And once it starts doing that, you go crazy like a loot goblin, gathering everything up. But my point of contention is the bullet time. Because when you're doing that, you have to hold the right click and then fire. Hold the right click and then fire. You don't get that much ammo, but doing that slows all of this down. And it feels very clunky and very weird. I want to like it. Because it should be Loot Goblin the Simulator, and I want to like it. I really do. But it needs a lot of work. Would I put this above the blacksmith game, though? I mean, at this point, the blacksmith game is just a simulator with what's it called? Crafting. Oh no, obviously crafting, but store mechanics and maybe potentially combat, considering that there's a siege. From what it is, I think I would prefer Gobsmacked over Blacksmith, but it does need work. Because if they just got rid of the bullet time and just pop, 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 because you do have different and varying weapons. So you have disc weapons as well, and you don't want to be sitting there with like little mini shurikens just like going into slow mode. It's just not enough. But we are going to the ocean game. This one is... It's interesting because it's much the same way like Wall World. So you have this overworld where you pilot a mech, and then you have this underworld where you harvest everything. And this is a lot more difficult than you think it is. Because the enemies are fast, and they move fast, and they have a lot of projectiles. And then some of them burrow. So it is this is where I have a hard time placing it. Because I want to like it. I want to like it a lot. But at the same time, it's like a Vampire Survivors like, in conjunction with the hell is this? Okay, you know what? We're going to my gameplay. But it's Vampire Survivors likes mixed with Wall World style a mining simulator. It is so weird, so odd, but so different as a gameplay and as a gameplay loop. Because I'd imagine like several times you could just go through this, and all of these little bubbles or all these little things add weight to your character. So you can't just do like in Wall World where you just vacuum up and suck up all the good stuff. Because you're not doing that. You're tethering your equipment to you, which will definitely slow you down. I don't know. I don't know where to put this. I don't know. Because I want to like it. I really do. I really, really, really want to like it. Because I could definitely see. Is it in the needs work though? Is it in the same category as this? Because the blacksmith one needs work. Gobsmacked definitely needs work. Because, like, let's say Wall World was here. Because if I was basing this on this, Vampire Survivors, Hollow Cure would probably be up here. Wall World would be right about here. And that's where it starts to get difficult. Because I like this, but at the same time, it needs. In the very beginning, you feel so sluggish. You feel so incredibly sluggish, more sluggish than you do in Wall World, and that's gonna definitely slow down the gameplay loop. Because if you're slow, I don't know that's a part of it because you're tethering your equipment. Ah. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put it into needs work because I want to put it up here, but would I put this thing on the same level as all this? I don't think so because I guess I can see the benefit of screwdrivers. I can definitely see that. Yeah, I think that's where it belongs. Now, War Wheels or War of Wheels. This is a game that kind of scared me because I played this because I was expecting it's a unique universe or a unique take. In essence, a big apocalypse happened, a big war happened. Oh, oh yeah, you're probably right. This probably should be B plus. Boop. Oh, that's equals plus. Yeah, I think so. Because I want with War of Wheels, I want there to be another Twisted Metal. I want there to be that other car game battle thing. And I played this on keyboard and mouse. I should have been playing this on controller, but I wasn't sure at the time that my controller would not bork my system when it happens. So I went back and played this thing again with controller. It plays well on controller. There's a problem though. This is the game that crashed that crashed the game, and it borked my OBS, it borked my chat, it borked everything. And while I did not it crashed again, but because I had nothing else open, it didn't bork anything else. So it's it has enough here where I want to like it. I legitimately want to like it. But because here right in here, it is what? Like, oh dear God. Like, that is the segment right there. War of Wheels from this to this. Because that's when everything crashes. I'm so thankful that Steam Deck exists because it encourages indie developers to make their game controller. Yes. Yeah. Because it I probably should get a Steam Deck at some point. It's just at this point, I don't see a need. Well, since I'm, a PNG tuber now, I probably should be getting one. But I because this is my own bias. I want there to be another Twisted Metal game. I want to see the best in this. But with how bad it is, with how well, not how bad it is, but just how, because once you get inside, you can play it and you can play it well. But it needs a lot more work. But is it on the same level? No. Plus, these games do not crash on me. It needs work, and it definitely needs a lot more attention and a lot more stability. So until then, because let's put it this way: War of Wheels versus Screwdriver. Because updates are going to happen to both these games. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to create an arena fighter similar to that of War Worlds and Screwdrivers. But the difference being is Screwdrivers, you get to destroy not only your own vehicle, but the enemy's vehicle. Can you do that in War Wheels? No. You're base. This is it. This is your box standard Twisted Metal car game. I want to like it because I want there to be another one, but for what it is, I have to put it in the very first C meh. Hello, JP. What's up? And it's because of that I have to put it here. I don't really want to put it here because I want to have faith in it, but I can't because they're screwdrivers, and that hurts. That hurts. But I have to. Next is a very, very weird game called What the Car. What the Car is a sequel to What the Golf? It is unique. It's fun but unique, and it offers very, very challenging maps, oddly enough, because even though this does not show, because it's going for that, oh, we're wacky kind of thing, and then this bullshit right there. Yes. I'm also mad that Twisted Metal is basically dead, because I want there to be another one. And it's why. Oh, thank you. It is. Oh. It is just. I'll go to my gameplay because that will sum it up better than I can describe, because I sat here for, yeah, I went through troubleshooting, trying to get anything and everything up and running, but you get all these different little things here, and all of these things handled differently, but it was the complexity of well, this level gets you the hang of it. So this one, you're on your head or you're on your roof, and the only means of momentum and movement is this little cannon right here, and you can't operate this via your mouse and key or your mouse. So you have to do that all via your WASD. So you have to you're basically just a tank turret, just using propulsion to move you forward. But thanks for the follow. And I sat here banging my head because I did not want to give up on this. I did not. Because I wanted at least, because I like this game, and I did not want to have it beat me. So I'm like, no, I'm going to pass this. And I sat here for what, an hour? Okay, almost an hour. No, about 30 minutes. 30 minutes just banging my head against this till I finally got the victory. And when I got the victory, that's when it shows you all the other people. Because look at this crap. If I had hit this, it would have flung me right off. So after getting past all of this, all of that, just to get here, and you get past all this bullshit, if you hit this, it flings you into the river. So I was lucky I overshot that. And I'm sure there's some way of using that propulsion to propel you forward. I just wanted to win. And then it goes right here on this tiny little thing. But right here, once I got the victory, boom, silver. barely silver. So which means other people were getting golds and better times on that level. So yeah, this is a very interesting and a very fun game that I quite honestly I mean, would I buy it for full price? I mean, if I bought it at full price, I have no doubt in my mind that I get my money's worth. It's just sitting there banging my head against the wall. But I think I would wait for a Steam sale. Because if this went on sale for like half off, I have no problem buying it. So, it is, how do I describe that? It's very unique. It's very, very unique. But I enjoy it. I quite enjoyed it a lot. As for Teeny Tiny Town, this one is very simple. It's just straight and to the point. It's basically a girl game or like a mom type of game where you're just doing this to build up this small little square as much as possible. just just how do I put this? I could definitely see someone like Mixie playing it. Because she's that type of person that just would drone out on this and then play that that fruit thing. That fruit video. Because it just seems like that thing. It's definitely a it's definitely a relaxing type of game. It is a game that I can just drone out with. But do I see myself opening this and playing it multiple times? Probably not. Maybe like once. You know what? I'm going to put this into the not for me. I like the concept, and I probably would play it once, but there's definitely a market for it, because Mixie played something similar to that. Dude. Let's view our channel. Let's go to live. And where was the part where she was it Islanders? I think it was Islanders. Yes, it was Islanders. So she was sitting here playing, just plugging away at this, and it's just one of those little peaceful games. And I'd imagine that she is the type of person that enjoys that. But is that for me? I don't quite know. I don't think so. I like it, and it's something that maybe I probably would just, sit back, relax, and play, but I don't think so. I don't think that's for me. Another game you might be interested in, that's too late for this demo tier list, is Parkside Decayed Soul. Okay. Boop. Store. Oh. Park. Oh. Side. Oh, this is like oh, it goes like it's not quite Boomer Shooter. It's like old GoldenEye, but much more advanced. So much more advanced. Okay, you know what? Add to wish list, and the demo is still here. I will be playing that. Because I don't yes, 2024 is definitely the year of the indie, because I don't even recall outside of like uh Elden Ring? Yeah, the Elden Ring DLC. I can't think of a single AAA game that's roughly like even on par. But this one, because I love these boomer shooters, especially when they get like they up that. Because I don't mind the graphics. I don't mind the low quality graphics as long as they're taking advantage of it. Because this is old style boomer meets Red Faction, and you have no idea how much or how long I've been waiting for like another Red Faction with completely destructible terrain. So this is definitely on my list. I really want to play this. I really want to play this like now. So I'm like, do I wait for a summer sale? Do I wait for the summer sale and see if it goes on sale, or do I buy this right now? It actually is. I think so, because at this point, AAA gaming is in a very, very bad spot where they're just overbloated with people. They're over because you can't get like those multiple like hundreds, if not thousands, of people all working on one game and then ship and sell it for like $60. It's just not going to be profitable. You have to be the next big thing. You have to be Fortnite. You have to be, and this is where it's sad, is that Call of Duty used to be something. Because if you said Call of Duty, you knew exactly what it was. If you said Battlefield, you knew exactly what it was. If you said Halo, you knew exactly what that was. And you'd be like, that's the tier that you have to be at in order to be that successful, to be that profitable. But now you look at Call of Duty. Now you look at Battlefield. Now you look at Halo. It's just all spiraling down the toilet. And they should be cutting back, even though realistically it's bad for a lot of the jobs, because it's a lot of people that are going to lose their jobs. But it's in the AAA industry. It's as heartless as it is to say, I would rather have a small development team that just takes their time, that takes their loving time and puts out a good product and then sells it at, well, I mean, you still have to be profitable, so you still have to sell it up. So that way, even if it goes on sale, you're still gaining some degree of profit. So that way, it goes to not only your staff and everything else, but it goes to the next game as well. Yes, because low graphics and good art style will do you wonders. So if you, because there are so many games that have solid art styles, and the graphics don't matter as long as you have that good art style, because the art style alone will carry it through. I don't like those games, but people are still buying them, and they're hoping for a change, and that change isn't coming. What's going to happen is that I think and I feel that the AAA games industry is going to just become so bloated and so overweighted down that it's going to collapse on itself. It's because eventually they just can't remain profitable. They just can't stay afloat. So eventually, all of a sudden, it's just going to go boom, belly up. And what's probably going to be a signifying factor is that a lot of devs are going to start losing their jobs. And then it's going to start to collapse. But because of everything, because the indie scene doesn't have to worry about that. Because the indie scene is all in its own little bubble. So as long as they're making good games, they're good. And as long as they gain like that trust, they're going to have fans for life. And it's not the same way with the AAA industry. The AAA industry is in its own bubble, and that bubble is a very large bubble that's about to burst. But I would rather have something with artistic style with low graphics than something with the best graphics imaginable that has no gameplay, no style, no substance. And that is currently where the AAA industry is, which is sad to say because I don't want to see Call of Duty in a bad spot. I don't want to see especially Battlefield, because Battlefield. Oh come on, it's Battlefield. I don't want to see Battlefield in a bad spot. I definitely don't want to see Halo in a bad spot. But it's just, the writing's on the wall. You kind of have to see it. And it's just it's just one of those things that you hate to see, but you're kind of forced to see because it is what it is. I wish I could go more into that because that is in its own own video. Because it's just everything is just so it's almost like I don't know how to quite describe it. It's just like you see someone with potential that wasted all of that potential, and then instead of doing what they need to do to fix themselves, they're just downward spiraling, and you can just see that train wreck happening, and you're like, okay, do I really stick through with it and try to help these people as much as possible, or do I just cut my losses and go, okay, you know what, I'm done with this? And that's what I did. As much as it does to make me feel old, I do in fact that a PS1, PS2 graphics are yes. Oh my God, Zwit, you are absolutely right. I think PS1, PS2 era graphics are the new 8-bit, 16-bit. As long as it has solid gameplay, you're good. Because there was one in here. Where is it? Sky Ocean, which I'll be getting to. But Sky Ocean's, it's not an advanced game by any means or measure. But it has enough JRPG style to it. I just wish the demo was better. I wish the demo was better on this one. Because it just needed to be better. It just needed to be better. But you can go with low graphics and it's no issue, no problem. Oh, I have this little arcade shooter right here. Okay. Now before I start ranting and raving again, we're going to Technotopia, which is it's a very interesting game because this thing is you can definitely tell that it was made during the great Kamikuf, because there's so much there. There's so much there with lockdowns and everything that this was made during that time, and it has a city builder aspect because you're monitoring every single one of these people's interests, and you can't go negative on any of them. So you have to keep them pleased to some or varied degrees, and then you get all of these different little things which can complicate matters. It takes city building and city management to a different level, because now you're not just building a city, you're building the infrastructure and keeping people happy. No, that's fine, Zwick. I don't mind at all, because I have a habit of rambling and tangenting if I go off a track for any given time. But I am good because I could just keep talking and talking and talking. It's just it's talking about like where the game like the triple game industry was, because back I mean you're talking about the good old days, because back that was back when the console eras were good, because a lot of people tend to forget this, but during the age of Xbox 360, PS3, I believe, and Nintendo, like you had PC here, but the games were all being made for the consoles, and you were just not getting anything if you were a PC gamer at this time. You would maybe get like the occasional RTS, but even then that was kind of like a dead genre in its own. So the only thing that you really had was modding. And that's the only thing that really sold the PC. Was like, oh, you can play Skyrim, but with mods. You can play Fallout, but with mods. You can play, like this military sim, but with mods. And that's how you ended up with, World War Z? No, wait, not World War Z. War Z? It was that one based off of Arma. And you had all those splintering branch groups of Arma. Because it was a weird time to be a PC gamer. But then all of a sudden, right when the Xbox One, Xbox 4, PlayStation 4 came out, all of a sudden a lot more stuff started coming out for the PC. And that's when you started seeing a lot of the AAA games going down the drain a little bit. Daisy, yes, thank you. But that's when you started seeing a lot of the AAA games started going down the hill. I mean, it wasn't there yet, but you can definitely see the decline. You can probably see the decline back during the late era 360 and late era PS3. But it wasn't so evident. Because now that if you look back at things with today's thing, you were like, okay, you know what? Call of Duty is kind of starting to see this during this era, and you can see the writing on the wall back then, or at least the first cracks. But it wasn't so self-evident, because back then you still kind of had hope that these things would be here, and oddly enough, the only ones that are is Nintendo. Because of its stranglehold on IP and exclusivity. That's the only thing. If it did not have any of that, Nintendo would be in the same position that Xbox and PlayStation is. And currently, especially nowadays, everything is going console. I mean, not console, PC. It's either going PC or it's going mobile. And here's the thing, is that mobile? This is mobile gaming nowadays. Genshin is mobile. Wuthering Waves is mobile. Nikke is mobile. Snowbreak is mobile. You're getting games that are reaching AAA levels, especially when it comes to Wuthering Waves and Genshin. So if you don't have a Nintendo, guess what ended up taking your space? Genshin, Wuthering Waves. So I have a feeling that in the semi-near future, this is going to start popping off like you wouldn't believe. Like the mobile gaming market is just going to explode. And they're probably going to start developing a lot of this stuff for stuff like the oh god, what was it called? The Steam Deck. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. But the Steam Deck is probably going to see major advancements when it comes to mobile style gaming. Because if you look at how even Steam nowadays is starting to accept more mobile gaming. So if I go to here and go to mobile, oh wait, I probably looked free to play. Because free to play is probably the way to go. Free to play. Yeah, and there we go. You have your War Thunder. Oh, your Dark and Darker is back. But Warframe, Overwatch. Oh God. I'm gonna try to find a mobile game. Okay. Eternal Return. God, you have so many. Oh God, this is bad. I I played this when it first released. It was so bad. It's so bad. But you're kind of getting my drift here. It's just it's either gonna go full on indie PC gaming, or it's gonna be on the scale of like mobile gaming, which isn't necessarily bad. It's an area that has not been trodden upon in God knows how long, because now things are switching over to the indie scene, and it's only a matter of time before the indie pill is Eternal Return enjoyer. Eternal Return. What was that? Eternal Return was the mobile. Yes, it was the MOBA. I played this ages ago. I played this back when I think it was HoloLive played it, and I played it. I think I played with the chainsaw chick. God, it's been ages since I played it though. But I did play that briefly, and I remember this one. Because it's been so long since I played that. Yeah, some of them are definitely predatory, which yeah, because going into mobile gaming and the some of that, because a lot of it, like for instance, Snowbreak is not predatory. Snowbreak, it gets most of its money from its character skins. So this is a very good free to play game, unless you want character skins. And then Wuthering Waves is in a lot of ways better than Genshin, because a lot of that predatory nature of Genshin is not in Wuthering Waves, because you get your own little character selector, you get free pools like you wouldn't believe. I have not used that character selector yet. But then again, I haven't played this thing in a week. Because I've been doing the Next Fest, so I had not had time to play this. So, you know, I definitely have to catch up on that. And Nikkei is exceedingly free to play, because its only real issue is it's very predatory in the character skins. The character skins in Nikkei are a lot more expensive than they are in Snowbreak. Because some of these character skins reach up to $60 for one character skin. So, yeah, but I guess it's like to and fro. Like, it's immensely free to play, but you pay out the ass for a character skin. So they get their money somehow. Okay, let's see. I was on Technotopia. With Technotopia, it's very, very, very interesting and unique, because you can build blocks, and each of these blocks will do something different. Or you can build trams and rails to make it is. See, right here. If you build a 4x4 block like this, it creates a unit sector, and that unit sector has a lot more money production and a lot more just overall good. But if you build these, they help you transfer your people across town. It is very high risk, high reward to do this, and I believe One of these I did lose. One of them I won by completing the mission accidentally, and then one of them I lost because I ran out of money. But I thoroughly enjoyed Technotopia. But where do I put it? Because I could definitely see it being up here. I could definitely see it being up here. You know what? I'm gonna be cruel for right now, because I want to start off low. I'd rather put things lower on my scale than higher on the scale. So I'm gonna put this right above What the Car, because What the Car, I'd imagine I'd play through once and then maybe go for the score, go for a high score. But this one, I could imagine through all the replayability of the different options, I'd imagine this being better. So yeah, I think I'm good with that. But the next one is Crab God. Crab God was unique because it's you're basically a colony survival mixed with village? Oh god, I can't remember the name of it. It had a new game which was based off the 80s. The 80s or 90s. And in that one, you use the little coins and whatnot, but this one is entirely different. This one, you're praying and sacrificing stuff to grow the next crab god, and you're going deeper and deeper and deeper. The only thing is that as you begin to harvest stuff like food and whatnot, because food equals levels, and you can sit there and farm one of the earlier levels, and it is highly incentivized you do so, because that's how you get level ups and that's how you get a lot more abilities. So if you cut some of these levels early, then I'd imagine you being when you go down to the further levels, you can kind of get screwed over. But it's a very unique take on I wish I could remember that game. Maybe it's in the descriptions here. Oh, strategy side scroller. Maybe it's in the side scroller sector, because it is. Because I'm not quite sure how to describe it other than that one game, because it has that same level of building. And of course I can't find it. Top sellers. Maybe it might be in here somewhere. Of course not. Yeah. I could probably keep going, but I'm probably not going to find it, am I? At least not right out the gate. Because, oh wait, I think I know what it was called. I think it was called Kingdoms. Kingdom. No. Maybe, okay, you know what? I'm just going to put that aside, because Crab God is unique. Because it gives you that level of depth right there. Because you can see exactly how far this roguelike kind of builder is. Yeah, that's the reason why I stopped. I'm like, I could find it, but the chances of finding, because a lot of adult games are in the side scroller category. So I'm like, you know what? For my own sanity and for this VOD sanity, I'll just skip while I'm ahead. uh, but with this, you definitely want to farm here, and then you definitely want to farm somewhere down here. So you want to sit there farm food, but the only thing is that that's a lot of grinding. So I'd imagine like these early levels being massive grind fests, and I got reported. They know. But it's because of this. I love it. I love this. I love it. I love creating like your own little crab god. I love to be able to build that little cute city builder. I don't know about the grinding because I know this is going to become grindy. I know it. I just know it. Water. Good drinky water. And it's because of that. I yeah, I'd like to put it up here if it wasn't so grindy. Because you can, but if you want to guarantee a run, you definitely need to grind. Because I automatically know that from that game that I played. Would I put it? I'd put it in B, but would I put it in low B? Because it definitely doesn't need work. Because it's good. It's from what I've played, it's good and solid. If anything, they probably could have added more levels to the demo itself, and allowed you to move. So because it was to the point where I'm like, okay, you know what? I got the gist of it. I'm gonna end early, but I decided to just end the level early, and that was the end of the demo. So it lets you get to like 2 or 3 little jump points before the demo ended. So it gave you enough to get a good description of it. Because it feels like I'm doing a disservice by putting it this far down. Because I could definitely see it grinding away for more than Mech Builder. Because Mech Builder is just a comfy game. But, you know what? I'll just put it here, and then I'll decide later. Because right now, this one, the Echo Paradox. This was interesting. It has a nice concept to it. I borked the game on my very first go. But this is what it's supposed to be. I ended up coming back to it. And I played through it the way that it was meant to be played, and you definitely get a different experience. But I'm gonna show you, because just for the people that did not see it, this is what was expected, and then I'm gonna show you what I played. It's a funny horror game. You're basically jumping in through multiple universes and alternate universes. So it has this really interesting, almost like Stargate horror element feel to it. And it has potential. It has a lot of potential. But let's get to the point where I teleport. And let me turn it up.
So, here at
at Phase Link, we like to phase through obstacles, including solid objects like cars.
Hello, Soren.
Granted, it's a rust bucket, but even you too. can
So
phase
it's-
through rust.
It's very rough. It's very, very rough.
Oh,
And it allowed me to climb this mountain up here. Because I played Skyrim, I've played Fallout. Exploration is in my nature. So
what can I say? I'm a gamer first.
I went
Oh.
really, really off the beaten path.
I saw something moving.
And I ended up seeing a monster that I think I wasn't supposed to see. And because of that, it was a very unique experience. Because it just allowed me to get right up on it. Because I thought maybe touching it would kill me. No, it was meant to just be a scary thing that was meant to crawl. If they wanted to make it scary, they probably shouldn't have made her so attractive. So, I think because I went the wrong way. No, I now know that it's because I went the wrong way. I borked the whole entire game. And because of that, I ended up with situations where all the scary, spooky aliens just kind of did weird things. So I had an alien that went under the bed and then just kind of disappeared and left little tentacles. Yeah, she had cheeks for days. And I approached it thinking, like, okay, maybe if I approach it, it'll attack me. Nothing happened. And then I explored continuously. Explored. And because there's enough lore here. It has the lore. And eventually I get to a point where I am meeting aliens face to face, which I don't believe was meant to be possible, because it's an entirely different perspective. Because I think right here, yep. He was just chilling out. But what I thought was cool, what I thought was interesting, if I did not bork the game, was all of this. So you had this alien vessel which comes and tears apart the farm. And what was meant to trigger a chase scene, because shortly after that happens, boom, like, you basically have, like, oh god, what are they called? The Reapers from Mass Effect coming in, and then all these little things come shaping in. So, what was meant to happen is that this was supposed to trigger a chase scene, I believe. And because I borked everything, that did not happen. So because I did not collect the very first puzzle piece, which was further up that road, it didn't trigger anything else that was here. It has potential. It does have potential, because you're going into these stargates, into alternate universes, alternate areas. So I imagine it's not just aliens. It could be a whole bunch of different things. But it needs work. It definitely needs work. Yeah, I'd probably put it right about there, because I had more fun with Gobsmack, because Gobsmack is complete. It's just I don't like the slowdown effect there. And there is the blacksmith one, Yeah, I think this is a good one right here. This is a good placement right here. And okay. Pathogen X. This well, right there says it all, 8 minutes. So you might think, oh, because I'm expecting like an SCP game, because this trailer tells, like, look at that. It looks interesting enough to where it's like, okay, I see what it's doing. It's not dealing with zombies. It's dealing with some sort of mutation, and it's dealing with some sort of like maybe SCP style invasion, because this is what it was meant to be. The problem with that is this is what I got. Because at this point, I'm thinking, because it is very, very loose. It is very loose on my screen, so I'm thinking it was the mouse sensitivity. And it doesn't exactly tell you where the mouse sensitivity is. It just gives you kind of a bar. But what I wasn't finding out is that something's going on that is causing this to happen. Because on my screen, it wasn't nearly as bad. It was still bad. It was still bad enough for me to quit early, but it wasn't this bad. So once I started looking at the VODs, I'm like, oh dear God, this is bad. This is so bad. So I wanted that SCP like game, but it just, because at this point I'm turning everything down to low. I'm doing everything I can to make this thing run, and it just wouldn't work. So at this point, I'm like, okay, you know what? I kind of have to give this thing a better shake. So I came back to it afterwards, thinking, okay, maybe it was OBS, maybe it was streaming, maybe it was all this different things that was causing this issue. I think there might be a memory leak in this game, because what I ended up finding out is that it started draining my VRAM on this playthrough. So I had to reboot my computer after this whole entire thing, in order to get the VRAM back up. So when I came back to it, it was still draining VRAM. I don't know where, I don't know how, I don't know why. But something is happening where this thing is really, really broken. I wanted to give this thing a fair shake. I really did. But it's because of this. Because even turning everything off, it didn't help it. It didn't help it at all. And it's because of that. This, because I was originally thinking, okay, you know what? I have bad games, but there's another bad game here on this list that is bad, but at least it's playably bad. This is unplayably bad. It is literally unplayable. I cannot. I tried fiddling with the settings. I tried doing everything I could. It is. I wanted to like it. I wanted to like it because I want that SCP game, that SCP style game, but with more versions and varieties. I just did not get it. I just did not get it. But with that first really, really bad placement, we're going with Spore-Born Dark. This one is very reminiscent of Darkwood. Very, very reminiscent of Darkwood. It is dark, it's gritty, it does not want you to fight. So you have to find numerous different ways of And it is frightening because it doesn't give you weapons right out the gate. So you have to make do with whatever you scavenge around or find. And depending on where the enemies are placed, you can just get screwed over. I got screwed over in the first run, and the second run I managed to get my way out. But the only thing that kept me from progressing even further with the generators was the fact I ran out of food. So it's like I could go back, because at that point I probably could go back, but I probably end up starving to death from food. So I have not died from food loss yet. So I don't know if that's possible or if it just drains your stamina until you die. But it's because of this. I loved Darkwood. I absolutely love Darkwood. And it's because of that I have an appreciation and a fondness for this game. But because there's part of me that, because I love these horror games. I absolutely do. Darkwood. There was another one. Oh God, I can't remember its name. But it's where you go inside of a facility and you have a certain number of lives. I wish I could remember that game. I played it. I played the demo, and I just completely forgot the name of it. It just hits that goal. I want to put it here, but realistically, I can't, because it's a good, solid game. Because this area it is sport. Is it going to be viral? Is it going to be a sleeper hit? Possibly a sleeper hit. But is it a sleeper hit over Metal Slug? No, I'm going to put it in A. It's good. It's solid. I love it. But it's not quite S. It's not quite S. Because it's good. I love it. Not there. Just not there yet. But it is an immensely fun game. Because it was this one that also maybe biased a little bit. Because after playing this, I went straight into Sportborn Dark. And I ended up not... the first round, the first wave, I died. Because I fought a creature that I was clearly not meant to fight that early enough. And then I managed to escape. So I'm not sure if this is coloring my perspective on things or my perspective on the matter. Because there's still part of me that wants to put it up here. But I'm like, oh, is it there? Is it there? Is it up there? And you'll kind of get my mindset for where this is for S in the upcoming roster. So I'm like, does Sportborn Dark hit that? I don't think so. Because this is not bad. I would still buy it at full price. It's just, you know? Because I have to put it here. Maybe here. I like Max. I really do like Max. I'll revisit that in a bit. But now we get into the Goblin games. First up is Goblin Tinkerer. This is a very, very, or Trash Goblin. It's a very cute game. An
Trash
immensely
Goblin
cute game.
is a wholesome and cozy shopkeeping game where you uncover and clean trinkets other people have
'Cause
thrown away, then upcycle them to sell.
Because I ended up having trouble with it. Oh, not trouble with this, but trouble with my whole tech setup. And oh dear God, it was so bad because YouTube would not launch, I think, during this. I just, oh dear God, it was horrible. So that was the very first time I had to push, it pushed me to learn timestamping and everything else. So because I didn't give this thing its fair go, because it was just block of tech support, And I was like, okay, you know what? No, wait, that was the next day. This was another tech support issue, I think. But what this is just you're a shopkeeper and you are finding trinkets that adventurers either give or left over or what have you. And it's not bad because you basically just are chipping away this stuff almost like an excavator or like like almost like a treasure hunter. And it's a nice, cute little game. And then you take these little artifacts and then you sell them to other people. It's a very cute game. A very cute game. And I had to come back to this because, as you're going to see, when it comes to that, dude, and my Goblin game. Here it was, Trash Goblin, before massive tech issues. And then a very small section of Trash Goblin. Before I just, like, because I had intended to play this a little bit longer if it wasn't for all this. But it's because of that I decided to come back again and give it a fair shot. But it's because of that I like this game, and yeah, it's definitely an A. It's a solid A because I'd imagine this thing just being a very fun game to play. Because I technically could put it right here for a Steam sale, but for me personally, this is right up here. It's definitely on the low end if I get any more A's, but it's definitely on the low end. But it is a fun little game if you like, you know, being Indiana Jones mixed with a shopkeeper. But now we have the big one, Goblin Cleanup. And now you're going to start to see my mindset when it comes to that. Where's Goblin Cleanup? Oh, right. It's based off of hours. Okay. Goblin Clean. And the thing is that the trailer does not give it justice worth a damn. Because when you're here, it does not show you what's actually there. Because when you're in there, when you're in the first person, like this, you're not staring down like the death trap. So, on any other circumstance or condition, this would be like Viscera Cleanup, except it's so much more complicated because you are trying to clean up a dungeon for your master while simultaneously not dying to traps. It is an immensely fun and cute game, and it's multiplayer. And right here, it was, oh god, an hour, I think, almost an hour, a little over an hour, maybe 2 hours of Goblin Cleanup single player. And then after that, I found out, oh, you can just join, and I played with my chat. Oh, for oh god, Trash Goblin. Yes, the Trash Goblin needed tooltips. But this one, Goblin Cleanup, it gives you enough. It gives you enough to experiment on your own, and you're going to die. You just are going to die. This is a game that I kept coming back to. I came back to it on 2 or 3 separate occasions, and you can just like right there. That was the invite code for one of the things. Hey, what's up, Miliardo? So I absolutely love Goblin Cleanup because it just keeps me coming back to this because it's just that fun. It's just that solid, that fun, that amazing. I if there's anything that like I can nitpick on is this. I wish this was like Deep Rock Galactic, and you can serve drinks. Like just this tiny little. Oh, you meant Goblin Cleanup. Uh. Yeah, okay, I can definitely see where you say that. Because for instance, there's certain things that you could find out. For instance, I did not know you could stick, even though it seems obvious, it seems common sense that you could just stab this into meat, and it won't, put the blood all over the place. Or you can grab the slimes with your hand via the magic power, and then grab them all together at once into a big one super slime, which. One of my viewers, I forgot which, did that. They just grabbed the slimes like, and I just saw this big massive slime ball. And I had not, because all of this, everything, because even just grabbing the chest from behind, you can just walk up like to all of that right there, and just click the button, and the treasure chest was eat. So there's a bunch of hitting little things there that you just would not expect, because as you said, like it does need those tooltips, but I think that's part of its own little charm. It's because it doesn't have those tooltips that you can explore on your own, and you find out different things. So for instance, I there's some of these traps where I just died because I was not used to I think like one of the big eyeball quests, or the eyeball traps. I put the eyeball in, and it just stared me right in the face and blasted me. So yeah, I'd imagine that, because this is the way that if this is the demo, this is the guy, right? Or unless I already died here. But if this is the demo, then within time, with updates or DLCs, this is going to get better. This is going to get so much better. And it actually does have customizability. So you can make your goblin look entirely different. You can go, and if you wanted to, you can go with a male goblin. Don't know why you would, but you could. So I'm hoping there's a lot more customizability, because I'm eager to play more of this, because I want this so bad, and it's because of that. This is the reason why I didn't put Sporeborn Dark here. It's because it's just, I love it, but is it Goblin Cleanup? No, it is not Goblin Cleanup. So Goblin Cleanup, our first S, because now you can see where my mindset is. Is this going to be a sleeper hit? Yes. Is this going to go viral with Let's Plays and other people playing it? Yes. Is this going to be a nice party game for people, like, especially if they go the Deep Rock Galactic route? Yes, it's going to be that in spades. So at this point, the ball is in this dev's court to build upon that and make it better. So, round of applause for Goblin Cleanup. The little short stack that could. Getting the first S. Because oh man, I love this. I love this so much. And cleaning the, like, there's so many different levels. I think it was, with 3 short stacks can they take a dragon? Yeah, because right here it was just us trying to figure out dragon mechanics. So you have 3 little short stacks trying to conquer a dragon, and splattering its eggs, splattering everything else, and because of all the dying, because there ended up becoming a blood splatter on its face right there. So that means you have to, and what I found out is that it works in the same way like a T-Rex does. As long as you stay still and you just move slowly, you can creep up to it and clean its face. I don't quite remember where the timestamp was. Oh. But I ended up cleaning its face because that would have been the major pain. God, I wish where it was. There we go. So this is where I'm starting to learn this mechanic. And because when you press, I think it was the Q button, you get to see all the little, all the things that you haven't cleaned up yet. That dragon is dangerous. But you can just creep up on him. There we go. Just tiny little movements. And you're good. Thank you, JP. And don't do what I did. Don't put the mimic right down here if you're jumping around the dragon. I fed myself to the mimic by accident because I jumped down and completely forgot this mimic was here. But that ended that week. So, first S, Goblin Cleanup. Now, we're going to Caravan Witch, which I wanted to like. I deeply wanted to like. The problem is, it gives this game alone has so much, I don't know how many people played it, but Beyond Good and Evil, the very first one, and it has that feel to it. It has that unique charm. The problem is that there's no real stakes on the matter. You can climb all these things, but there's no fall damage. Your car does not seem to have any health because I was hitting everything along the way. So it is purely going to be an exploration and puzzle game. So with that in mind, you would think that the demo would give you that exploration, that level of freedom where it just drops you out in the middle of nowhere. It does not. It forces you to spend your time in this small little town. And that's the demo. And I don't want to do fetch quests for a bunch of little villagers as a demo. I just don't. Because I want to know what this game has to offer. And I believe... was he here? Yeah, it was here. This is where I decided to just jump off the cliff because I wanted to see if it was possible. Boop. This is where I'm conflicted, because I can see, I know that this is going to be an exploration and puzzle game, but at what point do you kind of settle? She's clearly a ghost child. Do you work with that? Because it's already been made. Well, it's still technically in development, but it's technically already been made. It's way too much. It's way too far in development to go into needs work, because it's already been. Its design features are there. The thing is that you can go back to Beyond Good and Evil 2 or Beyond Good and Evil 1 and play that multiple times. Outside of maybe a first run, I don't see potential here being for multiple runs, unless there's multiple endings of some kind, in which case I'd imagine that being very, very it's because there's part of me that wants to put it right here in meh, because it has it with Wick, we had that discussion, like, style. This thing has style. It has that charm to it. It does not have that gameplay. I outside of like one playthrough, which would be a nice playthrough. Yes, the demo did not present enough. I mean, it could be possible that the truck has more capabilities, but it just doesn't have it. Because this truck has like a little harpoon on it, so there could be something there. Like maybe there's bosses that you can fight, but because even this kind of alludes to what it is. It's just exploration puzzler. Because this is for games that show promise, that can be in this section right here, but needs work. So this one needs to have the non-slowdown mechanic, the non-bullet time, and just let you fire. Oop. 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 Oh god. Almost killed me. Okay, there we go. This is basically already completed. And I can't in good mind or reason. Because it's polished. It's nicely and polished, and it just doesn't have the gameplay. Because after one completion, do I see myself coming back to this? I don't. And I like this game. I like it. It's just because that is a major contrast right there. Because War of Wheels, it definitely belongs in the mess section. Caravan Witch, it by all means, by all accounts, it should be somewhere in this section right here. Just from artistic styling and just atmosphere alone, and even the music to a degree, it should be somewhere up here. But I can't in good conscience give that to it. Not until I see a lot more from it. And that's what kind of hurts, is that the demo was not enough. If it just plopped you in the middle of nowhere and let you explore and showed you what the mechanics were, maybe it'd be higher. If it plopped you in the middle of nowhere and gave you one enemy to fight, if this does have combat whatsoever, even if it's just puzzle combat or puzzle challenge kind of thing, I could push it up. But at this present time, I can't. I just can't. It's also got sandwich in the title. From what I heard, there are no witches in the game at all. Oh, ouch. That's a missed opportunity there. And that's a major upset for me. That's a major upset. Because I don't want to put it here. But it but next on the list is Death Grip. This is remember when I told you that I got into the mood of Twisted Metal? I wanted that. I still had that fix in there. This wasn't Twisted Metal. What I got was a pod racing style game. So, had this released ages back when Star Wars pod racing was a thing, like from the arcade age, from even beyond that, like the N64 age, I think. Then you had the pod racing games. This would be so high up there, because this has potential. the problem is because it has different vehicles as well and different weapons, and you can swap all of those out. It is surprisingly customizable despite everything. Yes, it's basically Star Wars Pod Racer, but with weapons, but with like actual vehicle combat. And you can boost right here. This is your heat, so you can boost your heat up to this point right here. In which case, you start catching fire. N64 and PC, I'll take your word for it. So once you start catching on fire, you start to press buttons. So I can see this becoming a good solid game. Because it just has so much there. Like, do you push it that extra more? Like, do you push your machine that extra little bit? That extra tiny little bit. The issue being is that it works better on controller. It is geared for controller. Now this is one I legitimately have no idea where to put it, because is this a B? Is this a needs work? Because I also see it maybe going in here, because after like will pod racing combat get stale? So after that first initial like woohoo, we're pod racing, does it get old? Because that's the issue. That's the issue that I'm running into. That it is fun. It's very, very fun. But does it have that level of longevity? I'm going to put it into needs work for right now. Because even I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because if this is actually, let me just check. This is their first game. Okay, so considering that this is their first game, I can see them improving on it. Well, not necessarily this game itself, but I can definitely see them as a studio getting better at this. And the next game that they make could be this section right here. This is why this one hurts me. This is why this one it's just I can see the potential, but it's you're right. It's gonna live or die on the PvP culture, because it has multiplayer. It's their first game, and it's not bad for their first game, because Death Grip. This is me using keyboard. It did not go well. This was so bad on keyboard that I was like, you know what? I'm going to risk borking my settings by plugging in my controller, because I heard that some of the sound settings go through the controller. I don't know why, but it does. So you can either end up with your mic going to your controller, or your headphones going to the controller, or your actual sound settings going to the controller. I don't know why, but it does that. For some reason, I've heard that that's the issue that on OBS sometimes when you do that. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna risk it, because this is bad. But once I started getting the controller, then it became a lot easier to control. Because then it just became a lot more bearable. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I ended up having a bug, but my Gatlings refused to fire. So I don't know if that was a bug, or if that was from an attack that an enemy hit me with prior to that. So that part I don't know, because I'm sitting here clicking the Gatling, because I see it right here. I have the I had it right in sight, and I'm just like click 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 click. So I'm thinking that's a bug, but I can't tell what it was. So it's still like it's there. It's there, but it's not quite there yet. So this, you described it best. Is that it's going to live or die on its multiplayer. Because and anything that they learn will, because they could learn a lot from this game and then create the next Twisted Metal or create the next like Carmageddon or something similar to that. And then it would be right in here. Like a solid right in here. But until then, they need work. They need a lot of work. But it is fun for what it is. It's just I don't think it has longevity or staying power. So you have to have multiplayer. You have to do this via multiplayer in PvP. But up next is this little game, which is an immensely cute Adventures of Ruby Rabbit. It's, what if you made Bomberman a roguelike? It's very cute and interesting, and once I started getting the hang of how it's played, because you do have a charge attack. See that as soon as you charge it to 100%, boom, you launch that charge attack. And depending on your skills or abilities, you can start doing a whole bunch of stuff. It is an immensely simple game, and I was rationally not expecting Bomberman roguelike. But it if you don't, it's fun. It is fun. But is it for everyone? No. I mean, for me, it was. It's good, but it's not a bad game. It's not a meh. At least no, because it actually is. It does have gameplay. So it's definitely okay. You know what? I'm gonna be cruel, even though I like this game. Because right here, I probably should put it here, but that's just me. This is me probably giving it way more credit than it deserves, because I like it. And realistically, this is probably, in most people's cases, it's probably right in this category right here. But for me, it's right here. But I could definitely see where it needs work, and it's definitely more put together than Gobsmacked. Because I like Gobsmacked, but it not having that that ability to just pick, shoot, fire. It irks me. It irks me so much. Now yeah. So this is definitely there. And that will make that easier because, you know, it's such a simple game. There is no if, ands, or buts about it. It is such a simple game. And it is online. So you can play this via multiplayer. I don't know if it's because they didn't have multiplayer. Well, I don't know if they had multiplayer active or not. But at that time. But I don't know if it's versus multiplayer or helping multiplayer. I have no clue. But it is an immensely simple game and an immensely cute game. So I'll be hard on it and myself by putting it here. Because I think that's fair. So, with that being said, boom. Key Locker. Now, Key Locker is a very, very unique and special game. It's hard to explain because it is almost like a time-based music. You can't. it's part like JRPG, turn-based combat, but as an action-based system. It's very, as someone once said, it's very similar to Mario RPG, but music-based and class-based and roguelike. It is so unique. It's in its own category. And when Zwick said, you know, it doesn't matter about graphics. What matters is style. This has style and gameplay in spades. All this does not matter. I have a feeling this is going to be the next Undertale. This is going to be such a viral sleeper hit. That is just, and because it is so. Yeah, the tutorial only told you so much, and the rest was up to you to figure it out. Because after you got past that, the rest was on you. And it has such good music. In the very beginning, there is none. There is no music whatsoever. So it feels almost lifeless and dead. But it makes sense because you're in a prison that has banned music. Banned music of all types. So your crime is literally playing music. It's going to be that big hit. Because it has that peak level. It's just on that level. Because once you understand how this thing is played, because even your attacks, you get like this little special thing that happen, and when you time that, boom, you can unleash an attack, and you can hit for a lot harder. And then when an enemy attacks, if you time it right, you take no damage whatsoever. So it is very, despite it being so simple, it is so skill based, and all of these are different. All these, cause it makes you learn the enemy attacks. So all of a sudden, like, it'll be from like timing where you spark it to all of a sudden now you're doing a almost like an active reload type of system. And right there, Guitar Hero. But now you can start to see why my mindset is the way it is. Because as much as I love Deepwood Spore, because Deepwood Spore is on the same level of like Darkwood. But does that compare to this? Does that, because Deepwood Spore, does that compete with Goblin Cleanup? Does that compete with Keylocker? And as much as I love Goblin Cleanup, and I love Goblin Cleanup because I kept coming back to this game, I have a feeling Keylocker is going to be the one. That's the big game, because it's on such a deeper level. It is, because all of this is just tutorial. This teaches you how to do that, and all I have right now is a counter ability. I did not know that what I had was a counter ability, so I'm sitting there like building up everything because I'm too stupid. I did not know the game. But once I started learning the mechanics and how everything was done, as well as timing, then it started making sense. And I sat in here for, 3 hours? That can't be. 1 hour 30. Okay, like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know how to get closer either. Because that was another big thing, is that you can move. All these are open spaces and you can move between them. So this is me also failing like a dumbass. But once I realized that I could... Oh. And... Right there. There we go. That's when I noticed that I can move. Because I wish I knew this earlier. And... Yeah, I wish I knew this stuff earlier. But it is that good. And I don't say that lightly, but this is up there. It's just that good. And I could gush on it more. I honestly actively could gush on this more. I don't think I will, though, because the trailer pretty much spoke for itself. It told you everything that you were going to get. And then experiencing the gameplay, and I'm pretty almost positive that you can still... yeah, you can still download the demo and try it yourself. But I would actively advise anyone that's curious about that to play it. Yeah, give it a good share, good thing yourself. Failing like a dumbass is the only way to succeed. Like a smartass. Welcome, WB. But that because I love Goblin Cleanup. In my heart, it's here. It like Goblin short stack love, and in a dungeon cleanup exploration. But no, Key Locker. If I'm being objective, it's Key Locker. It's going to be Key Locker. I know it's going to be Key Locker. I think all of you know it's going to be Key Locker. Key Locker is going to be one of those things that probably get a very toxic community. Because it's going to become that big. But, that being aside, I think it's going to be that good. And moving on to airships. This one, I was expecting more of it. It's a weird Vampire Survivors like airship battle type simulator thing that you can get different weapons for. It's very simplistic. Very, very simplistic. See, right there, you have all these different weapons. You have all these, like, it has the depth. But it's competing against a lot of different types of survivors-like style combat. Does this... Because this is where it gets difficult. Because this is a roguelike Vampire Survivors-like. And I'm gonna. There's another one that's on this very list that I played. Does this stack up to that game? No. Because our style is way too simple. It's just, despite its complexity there in the shipbuilding and all that, it's just not what the other game is. Because that other game is Time Trekker, which I wish I knew about controller. Yeah. But it's I don't mind the graphics. I don't mind the graphics. It's just, is it Time Trekker? Where the hell is Time Tracker? Is it Time Tracker? It's not. And it's just for that reason alone that I have to put this. I mean, just from complexity, I want to put it here underneath work. I want to give it that extra leg up. But if I'm being cruel and objective here, it's going into meh. It just does not have that thing that, because what makes you pick this up rather than any other survivors like? There's nothing. There's nothing. So you have to be interested into airships. Which is messed up and cruel, and I really don't. You know what? I'll do one. I'll do one other thing. Okay, he has other games. Oh my god, he's this guy. What the hell, man? Okay, if you don't know what this game is, why? This is airship. You literally build and complete your own airship, and you equip them with absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. If you love airship, this is this guy. And absolutely every single piece of this is destructible. If you lose your engine, you fall out of the sky. It is. This is a good game. It takes a while to learn it, but it is a good game. And yet it is this complex. Because, yeah, this is infantry boarding action. It is. Okay, you know what? Because now I know that this is the guy that created that. I can't be objective because I can't do that. I can't because this is the guy that created this. Look at that, very positive, overwhelmingly positive. Because this is it has so much depth. It has so much customizability. How? I mean, if this was his first game, if this was this publisher's first game, I would have been a little bit more fair and was like, okay, you know what? I could stand putting it up here. But this is their first game. I mean, you can already tell the level of detail there. This is their first game. Maybe, yeah, you're maybe right. It might be trying to cash in on the survivors like, and they just crap this thing out as quickly as possible. No, it's because of that I cannot be. Now I kind of want to put it here. Because knowing that dev, it goes from meh to this. Like, what the hell were you thinking? What? Okay, our first F. I mean, realistically, I'm probably being way too cruel. This is probably just a meh. But if you're going from that to this, I think the fan base as well is just gonna be like, what the hell? Like, why? But why? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it in F. I'm gonna leave it in F. Okay. Bullet Mancer. Now, Bullet Mancer is very simplistic. It is. I was expecting a lot more from this, and it's a cute little game that where you're in the center, right here, and you're surviving against all these little incoming attackers. The issue being is that that's really all it is. It has F for fun, right? It's because it brings a lot more. It does things different by comparison to other games like this. So you get all these different little split shots. You get arcing. You get different unique abilities and capabilities, but you're stuck here in the center. So you have to base it off of other like wave-based survival, almost like beachhead style combat. And the more that I thought about this is that I'm like, you know what? As a full game, it's not bad. But if this were a mobile game, and if it didn't need to be online, then I can see it being good. Because then you could just like get a good run in, and that's about it. Oh, and this is their first game. I enjoyed it for what it was, but will I be like using my PC to play this game? I have other options available to me. If it's mobile, it goes in here maybe. But it's PC. Oh, dear God. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna... When rashes of mobile games were quickly and cheaply ported to Steam. Yeah. That's what that feels like. Because it just... Because I can see the potential in it. But... does it have enough? If this... okay, you know what? I'm going to be fair. If this is like... like when Vampire Survivors first launched. If this is like $1 to maybe $4, then I'll put it into the needs work. I'd have no problem like saying, okay, you know what, you deserve it, because at that price point, it's a $1 game. But as it currently stands, I'd put it here, because this feels like it's a mobile based game. The only thing is that it'd probably be right here, because I'd get, as fucked up as this is to say, I'd probably get more gameplay out of Bullet Mancer than I would out of Caravan Witch and out of War Wheels or War of Wheels. Which is not good to say. Now is Miliardo still here? Because this right here, Cryptmancer, is one of those games. It is. Oh, it is immensely unique. It 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 is so surprising.
The toads, please.
It's basically if
No dead may pass.
what if Hangman
Pointy.
met Dungeon Crawler?
Wakey, wakey.
What if you're playing a guessing game that is, yes, it is very silly. It is one that legitimately surprised me. And it's because that
I am the Crypt Master.
it has the voice acting. It has everything that you could ever possibly ever want.
Begin your journey into my
It-
world. So it seems only right that I should introduce
And
you
it probably
to
has
your
some good amount of
enemies.
replayability.
Of course, they've been dead for quite a few centuries.
It's
But they should still be up to the task, provided you can jog their memories.
'Cause this is where
Joro,
things get
the warrior. When alive, his
tough.
hobbies were eating, laughing, and shouting.
'Cause
He will be very useful for cracking open the armor of
This
your enemies
could-
and guarding against their attacks. And he has lovely big feet. Here is deadly sin, thief, and
this
assassin.
could have a lot more potential to it. Because that was just the beginning level dungeon, and we had a lot of fun with that. Because this is one of those games where it has the power to be this. Only because I can see it going viral, and I can definitely see it being a sleeper hit. But for most people, is it enough? Because I can also see them getting it on a Steam sale. Because it surprised me. I wasn't sure what to go for it at first, but it looked so unique and so interesting. But guessing things made it interesting. You know what? Just from sheer art style alone, from just all of that, I'm going to put it into S. Because I have a feeling that there's going to be momentum behind this game. I have a strong feeling about that. Because it has such a unique charm to it. And it'd be interesting to see, like, once you get past that, once you get outside into the real world, how much does that open up? So, what happens if you go into a village and you just start typing random words? So, because the game allows you to do that. So, whatever you type, it affects it. So, when I typed crap, it literally, the characters crapped. When you typed piss, the characters pissed. So, it allows you that level of freedom. So, what happens when you're not in that dungeon environment? What happens when you get to a town or a city? Or what's that extra level thing? Yes. Yeah, that chest is an artistic choice. Yes. All of this is purposely done. It's all in place, which means they had to think about a lot of things beforehand to figure out different little combinations. And it's because of that I really want to, because even though I know for most people it's probably in the A or the B. Because do they feel like playing Hangman, the game? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they would like to test it or try it out in a Steam sale. But for other people that do that, it's definitely an A. But from sheer, like, if you're, imagine like watching your favorite VTuber or whatever play this. I would probably stick around for that just to see what their mind does. So just imagine if they translated this to somehow into Japanese, and you watch Sensho play it. You start to see my mindset here. So, it has that. It has that charm. It has that thing, that special little thing. And I believe this is where it goes. So we have 3 S's, 4 A's, 10 B's. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there, though. Now, next up to the list. Tactical Breach Wizards. Now, this one...
In a world where the top special forces operatives
it is
all just wizards for some reason.
A very,
One team is
very
unstoppable.
charming little game.
Not yours. Hers. The Black Ops Chronomancer. Her team of needlessly fancy goons have brought the world to the brink of...
Because this could be
and
endlessly
only one
fun.
group of mismatched rejects.
And it's very,
stands in her
very
way.
akin to...
A disgraced retired Navy seer who can see every possible future, but can't remember his own tragic backstory. The freelance storm witch.
It has that charm. It has that 80s, 90s buddy cop.
Unless her enemies aren't
Ah.
standing in her windows. The necromedic, a surgeon who
So,
turned to necromancy when she lost her medical license. She can heal
It
you,
has that
but she'll
thing.
have to kill you first. The rebel riot priest, your heavy
But-
support. Faith is her armor. But she is also wearing actual armor. Together, there's no threat they can't stop.
Where do I
As
put
long as
this?
they can get there by public transport.
Because it is just
they
a
can
solid
rewind
good game.
Every time they screw it up, and there's an easy mode if they need it. Tactical Breach Wizards, coming to Steam August 22nd.
Oh, that's close.
Demo available now. Also,
I don't think it's deserving of a B. I don't think it's deserving of a B. It's definitely not S. It has to be A. It's definitely A. You know what? I'm going to put this above Metal Slug. Because I had a lot of fun with this, and it has so many level up options that I think it's... And I love Metal Slug, but I think from gameplay wise, story wise, atmosphere, everything, I think it has more charm to it. Because this is just a tactics game. It's basically Metal Slug Tactics, and it's very... It's not bad. It's very, very good. It's just Tactical Breach Wizards. There's an easy mode if you scrub, yes. So I have to give it an A. Now, I think because there's nothing more I could really say about it. It's just good, solid fun. And anyone that gets it is just gonna have good, solid fun. Period. End of story. But now on to the Divine Frequency. With this, I'm almost, even though I was playing it like a survival horror first-person shooter, I don't think it's meant to be played like that. I have to go back in the demo and try it again. Because I think it's meant to be played much more faster paced. Because the way that those bosses felt, and the way that you have overall movement, it feels like it's meant much more for fast-paced action. But the only reason why I thought that it was a survival horror is that they give you no ammo. They give you absolutely no ammo. So it's almost like you have to make your shots count. You have to be accurate. It's very unique. Very, very unique. And it's because of that. Oh, dear God. It's definitely not an S. You know what? I'm going to put it right here. Because I did have a lot of fun with that, especially with the bosses. I'd imagine myself coming back to this multiple times. Yeah, I'm gonna put Divine Frequency right here at the top of A. Because that feels good to me. It's action-paced, and it has that level of atmosphere. And you get the choices of being being mutants and whatnot. I'm wondering what those choices will lead to or be. And even the story itself could lean into the collective unconscious. So the story, it could go so many different ways with that story. But I think I'm comfortable with that. Oh, and now for Hollow Body. Hollow Body, I think this is the Silent Hill, like indie Silent Hill. And it shows it. It doesn't necessarily show it in the demo, but you get a good feel for it, especially with the combat and everything else. Because even the puzzles are just are old. Like it does not pull its punches when it comes to that. So if you've been looking for that Silent Hill, this is it. I'm wondering how, because will they go down the route of actually the Silent Hill with crazy people? Will they go down that route? Or will they go down the more intermediate route with like Resident Evil, but with Silent Hill like elements? Because you have much smoother tank controls. So, it is definitely one to keep an eye out for. This is definitely one to keep an eye out for. Because it could be just so good. But that's only because even the story is just, you're not expecting that. You're not expecting this weird cyberpunk futuristic thing, because Resident Evil was placed technically in the 90s, maybe the early 2000s. Silent Hill was placed God knows when, because it never really explains it. You have Dino Crisis, and I've been wanting a remake of Dino Crisis. Takes place, well, if you know the Dino Crisis lore, it takes place in multiple time periods. But this is, I'm looking forward to this. I'm definitely keeping an eye out for this, because it could be that big thing. But I mean, for me, because if it does its job well, it's up here. But realistically, because it's an indie little thing, it's gotta be. I mean, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this right in here next to Sporeborn Dark. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. Headwear Games. Okay, so they actually do have.
This is Dr. Williams of Sector 6.
Okay, it's already very positive.
53.001975.
So this could be
4.129730. Subject has moved considerable distance since the last manifestation. Reading unprecedented noise in the upper limits of 30 megahertz, bearing 260 to 280.
Oh, it's a walking simulator. So this would probably be their first combat one.
It's like it's toying with us. 3 days we've been chasing this thing across the moors.
You know,
I'm fine.
you know what? I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to put it there, right next to Sporeborn Dark. Yeah, I'm gonna put it right there. But we don't have much more to go. So what I'm going to do is take a short break to go to the restroom. I will leave you with a Vocaloid song. In the meantime, I will be right back. Boop. All right. Now let's return. With that being put into place, because this is where it's an indie. Because this has playability. Because now I'm. Thank you, JP. Now that I went to the restroom, I'm thinking, does this belong here though? Because the indie, I'm probably giving it way too much credit, aren't I? Because if it's indie, and it was an indie, you know what? I'm against my better judgment because I may be biased because I want another Silent Hill. I want another Dino Crisis. I want that. I want that era to start to come back again. I think I put it way here. You know what? I'll put it right here. Even though that's probably gonna hurt me, I'm gonna put it right there. Because if this does not have the same level of replayability the way that Silent Hill does, then it needs to be here. Yeah, the demo was kind of lacking in some regards, but it gave you enough. But is that enough to put it into the A? And that's where I'm starting to think. I'm like, no, because even this is probably giving it way too much credit, or a lot more credit than I should. But I still want to hold on to hope. So I'm gonna leave it here. Next up is Grun. Now Grun is interesting because it's a very trippy game. The only real problem that I have with it is this. It's as far as I know, you can't really get rid of this filter. And I love the aspect of like this
Hey everyone, I'm Tom.
This trippy little horror style game. And I could definitely see it being fun. It's just the choice of color palette it messes with me. It messes with me in such a way that I was like, can I really sit here and watch some of this? Because it has this weird filter to it that's just... It feels like if you ever play those old Nintendo games or those old VR games that have all this weird filter to it, and you kind of get this weird sense of car sickness. This gives me that. So even though I want to play it, I don't think I can.
Hey everyone.
Because I can only take it for so long before I start to get that feeling of car sickness. If it didn't have that weird filter to it, I probably would withstand it a bit more. But it has this weird fuzzy or grain. It is so weird. I couldn't find a way of turning it off. But I love the trippiness of it. It's what got me to check it out in the first place. Because I want it to be good. It would definitely be right in here. But unless they do something about that weird filter, if they put the weird filter, I'd probably be down. It'd probably be in here somewhere. Because I think that weird filter is made as an artistic representation. So I don't think they're getting rid of that filter, even though it gives me sickness. And if it gives me sickness, I know it probably gives other people that same queasiness to them. And I don't know if they will get rid of that. So as much as I like the concept of it, especially that the weirdness of it, I'm gonna say not for me. Because it's just I can't play a game that is gonna make me feel sick. As much as I would like to. I can't. But here is the big one. A big one. The devil is in the details. This is interesting on so many levels. Because this is spot the difference on crack. You're going through this whole entire area, spotting what's different. Meanwhile, everything here is trying to eat away at your time. You technically are not going to die from being attacked by those creatures, but you will lose time, and that time will make it to where you can lose out on spotting the difference in the entirety of the map. And it's because of this. Because I had a lot of fun playing this. This is so good.
Explore this haunted dimension. Find the cursed objects. Observe them.
With this kind of game, I definitely see VTubers playing it. I definitely see that. I definitely see YouTubers playing it because it's just that type of game. It's just so. In the levels of tricks that it goes to too. It's almost like a sadist. Like a sadist playing with you. Like, because even like you can't be sure of your answers as well. Because even when he answers, you're like, is he lying? Was it this? Was it right here. Cause this that's but this because you have no idea if he's judging you based off your actual answers, if you're correct or not. Because he could just be bullshitting the entire time. And you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea if he's telling the truth or lying. And then on top of that, you have all the situations where, because in one of these parts, he reversed my ability to move. So everything here is just going to be a game, an absolute game to this. Like right here. Was it here? No. It was one where he made up the time, and then he's like, "Oh, you ran out of time." I was like, "Oh, I'm just playing a trick." So it's fun, banter, and cruelty at the same time, because it is just and it's because of that. It is because of that inherent tricksiness. And it's because of this. This is definitely going to be a viral game. I guarantee you, it's going to be a viral game. And it's definitely something that's on that list. And it definitely has my interest peaked. So I'm putting the devil in the details into the S. Because this is just it's just good. But is it better than Cryptmaster? Cryptmaster had me intrigued, but this had me on the edge of my seat. you know what? I'm just gonna leave this as is, because if anything, they're probably equal. They're probably right about here, on equal standing, for different reasons and different parts. Because that is just, it is so unique and so it's in the same category as Cryptmaster. Because Cryptmaster is so unique that it is definitely. Now, into a game that I'm going to be very biased on. Asura the Striker. Which is just arcade game, the game. Now this, this, I loved this so much. It takes you back. It uniquely takes you back, and it's just, yes, nice. It is absolutely just nice. And it's just because of my own bias. Just because of my own bias, I would buy this. If nothing more than my own personal collection, I would just buy this. Because it hits that arcade style feel, and even if it's not for everyone, it's there for me. So this is purely a nepotism pick. This is purely nepotistic. So I just loved it. I personally loved it. And now, on to Warkana. Warkana is... I'm honestly glad I stopped playing the demo. Because it's a very, very long demo.
Warkana is a fantastical clash of vast armies.
You're basically playing that they are billions on both sides. So you're invading the opposite side with your billions, and they're doing the same exact thing with you. And all of these creatures are individually animated. It's... But in order to get to this point, you have to go... You see all this bullshit? It's... Because had I played this would have been just this, the day. the gameplay of the day. Because it takes that long to go through and get through that demo. Or the tutorial and then into the demo. It's just... It's a nice game, but that's if you like strategy games. If you're not a fan of RTSs or even just like strategy games in general. But I mean, look at that. So imagine doing the same thing to your enemy. It's a really interesting game. Let's send it into battle to crush our opponents. And it has my interest peaked. But this is only the beginning. But is it for everyone? No. This is not going to be for everyone because it's so unique in its own regard that it may, because this is it's not quite an RTS because it still is a tower defense game, but it's a tower defense game that allows you to be on the attack as well. So it just for that reason alone, it might filter a lot of people. So if you're an RTS fan, you may or may not like it because it has tower defense like elements. But if you're a tower defense fan, you may or may not like it because it has RTS elements to it. So in the same regard, it's uniquely unique. And it's because of that I have to put it in the B right now. Because for some people, it's up here. But for other people, it's just not here. It's just down. It's down here. So I'm going to split hairs on the matter and put it right in the middle of B. Because I don't believe it needs work. I think it has what it has, and it is selling itself on that. So it's going to go right here. And the next game. Now, this game, I wish I knew about a little bit earlier. Because I wish I knew that it was predominantly controller based. Because I gave a bad impression on the very first go. And this is the game. This is the Survivors-like game style that has that roguelike element. And it's because of that I can't, you know? It's for that reason alone that I can't give them that one. Because this exists. It's because this exists that one airship game does not hold water. But once you use controller, this gets good. And that's if you're into that the Vampire Survivors like thing. And being able to stack everything and move forward. So you're not guaranteed a win, or you're basically trying to wait for evac or extraction. And it's just a very unique take on the Vampire Survivors like genre. And I find it because I like this genre. I don't know if it's necessarily like a let's play or a streaming game, but it definitely is a fun game. Like maybe actually I wonder, because I'm going to check something, because he may have covered it, because there's this one guy called Dex. Let me go Holocure. That way it filters out something. Okay, there we go. So this guy, his whole channel is nothing but Vampire Survivors like. So if you like Vampire Survivors, he's basically that guy. He does everything that was Vampire Survivors like. And he's really good at them. Like ridiculously good at them. I don't see him playing it though. Not even the demo was. Because he played this, which was a demo. Maybe he played it live? No, he played... Okay. Yeah, he did not play it. Interesting. Because that would have been something that was probably right up his alley. Well, okay then. But this is a unique take. I mean, what is it? Is it a buy on release? No, it's not. But would I have a lot more fun than certain one of these? Yeah, I would. So I would definitely put this into the B category. Because it's just a good game. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. It's just a good game. But here, we're finally getting into where things get interesting. Because now we're starting to get to the closing days. So now we're getting into Lethal Honor. This is that superhero comic style game. And it's a very, very interesting game. Because it takes this comic style and brings it to gameplay status. It is so good. And it's almost similar to that of Hades and everything else. It's just, and you can get some really, really good combos. And for every, it is so good though. But what I'm interested in is how, because this is a very, very dark story. So how many bad endings, how many dark story, like dying is one thing, but surrendering and then having those creatures come after you is like, how many of those are there? And also, there's so many questions I would like to ask about this game in particular with its lore, because there's no way in hell this one, like it has to be like multiple clones of agents or something, because there's just no feasible way that, you know, it's because you get multiple guys here, so it has to be multiple agents. But are they clones? So it is I love it. It has that roguelike feel to it, a good roguelike feel to it. But would I put it into A? Because it has enough there. It definitely has enough there. That is the question. I think you know what? I'm gonna put it into low A. Because it's good, it's fun, and I can see Hades being right about here. And if Hades is there, then Lethal Honor should be there as well. And now time for Ghost Wife. Oh, I forgot. Did I forget Naraku? Oh dear God, I forgot Naraku. 1 minute. I can't believe I forgot Naraku. Where is? There we go. Okay. Can I put this? Okay, I can put this down back. Okay. Okay, I'm putting this back, and now we're covering Naraku. Naraku is going to be like, it just, the demo needed more work. Because I probably should have come back to this and went through it all. But this is definitely going to be like The Witch's House, or like your standard thing, but a lot more gruesome. A lot more bloody and a lot more gruesome. And it's because of that I'm intrigued with it. Because it's just that level. It's why I have such a fascination with Ito's flavor-based horror game that he's doing, because I love it in I love that genre and experimenting and see how many ways you can die, how many experimental ways, and how many ways can you gruesomely die. So it's definitely in there. And because of this, it also shows right here. For some reason, it goes into a side scroller. So it goes from that to that. So I'm wondering, just like, to what extent does this game go to? It's so unique in its own regard, because it goes from this, which you would expect from like The Witch's House, LB or 1B, and then all of a sudden, boom, side scroller. It has enough there that I'm very, very curious about it. But it needs English. It needs an English language, because taking stabs in the darks with Japanese is just not there. I think B is a good placement. I think putting it here was probably the best placement, because I definitely don't see myself buying it right out the gate. And it's definitely not an S. It's not doing anything special or unique. It's unique enough in its own regard, but yeah, I think right about here is good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now on to Ghost Waifu. Now this one, it is a very, very unique take on a platformer, because you have this ghost wife that can literally transform into anything. You have different weapons and categories of weapons. It's almost like Castlevania meets I have no clue. And so much of this is so well done. Yes, Green Lanternette. But it's because, like, look at this. Like, look at the detail on these sprites. They did not. They put a lot of love into the pixel art. It is, and it. I don't know if you're an exorcist or if you're a demon hunter, but it definitely has strong Japanese influences into it, especially with the Onis, Tengus, and everything. It's a very, very unique game. Even though it's a platformer. it shouldn't be like, when you expect a platformer, you expect, a platformer. So this whole new unique spin to it is actually very refreshing, because now it changes everything. Like, it changes your entire gameplay up, because now you can start to reach places or hidden zones that you necessarily may not have had the opportunity to. So all of a sudden, if you have a platformer that does not allow you to double jump, you can guarantee that you get an upgrade at some point in the future that gives you a double jump, to where you can just, double jump into that location, so you can double back. This thing gives you the Ghost Wife that allows you to just do that. So yes, Metrovanias are great, because it offers you so many different possibilities, and I love that about this. And it hits that, because it just hits everything. Because Metrovanias and everything else have such good pixel art. This is up there. This is it's not fully, because you can't see the eyes, and you can't see the eyes of your guy. So it's remarkably simple, but as soon as it goes into this, they put a lot more detail. And the simple fact that they animated that where the police station was under attack was also nice, because it means that this is not just blah 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 talk. There's stuff going on in the background, and that just when you think it's like it's simple, it's not. So there's much more depth to it than it has any right to be. And because of that, if oh crap. This is starting to get tough now. Because do I put this above Metal Slug? Because I can definitely see myself just buying this outright. And this because I love arcade, and this is like purely nepotistic. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, this is nepo. I'm gonna bring that down because I can't. I'm gonna put Blade Chimera here. Because if I do this, if I go full nepo right here, it drops every single category down. And Metal Slug being this far low on the A is starting to disturb me. Because I love Metal Slug. And I don't know how I feel about that. Because now all of a sudden, because I love Tactical Breach Wizards. And I can see myself playing that possibly a lot more than Metal Slug. This might be the correct rankings then. Oh, jeez. Okay, we'll revise this at the end, and we'll see what's up. But now it is Kill Knight. Now, Kill Knight, I went silent for because it is fast-paced and is relentless. So you have to be right on your game. It is good, though. It is solid. It is absolutely amazingly solid. Because it just offers you so many ways of comboing, of chaining, of power weapons. And I know there's a place for either new characters or alternate, like maybe mutations or something. And it's a good, solid game. It takes that survivors-like genre and makes it action-packed. It's way too good than it should be. Because when you're playing a survivors-like, you're not expecting that. You're not expecting it to go full on like Diablo, like even faster than Diablo, because it's just that, and it's just I can't. Now this is, would I buy this on a Steam sale? Or would I buy it outright? Did I already play that Doom game? The Doom game? Oh, you talking about the one that was suggested to me? The wish list? The Parkside one? No, not yet. I downloaded it, but I have not played it yet. So I downloaded this that was suggested to me, and I also downloaded this that was suggested to me. So, because these demos are still on and still going through. So this is on the list. There was, unless you're talking about Sulaco. And Sulaco is already released. Because if you're talking about that, yeah, this is already released. It's just I don't know if I should wait, if I should just buy it outright or wait for a Steam summer sale. Oh, that one, yes. That one I put right here. It's called Divine Frequency. That's the one that ended in that boss fight. So, yes, this one's right here. Because that one has so much to it. And I'm almost positive you play it almost similar to that of Doom. You just rush through the battle or rush through the map going bop, 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 bop. Because at the rate that this thing goes, I'm almost positive that that's how you play it. And because I would like to go back to it and play it fast paced and see if that changes anything. Because if I play it fast paced and if I play it the way that it potentially wants me to do it, then all of a sudden it changes the gameplay entirely and it makes it more akin with that last boss fight. But yeah, it's right here in A. Because it's not doing anything particularly new to go to S, but you can see where my mindset is with S. But I love Blade Chimera. So because of that, I put Blade Chimera, I put Divine Frequency, Tactical Breach Wizards. That's why I started getting uncomfortable, because I love Metal Slug. I love Metal Slug tactics, but now all of a sudden, because everything else is being pushed to the front, this is in 4th place in A. So, because this one I originally had in the front, and that was completely nepotistic. Because this is something I'm gonna buy for myself because I love it. But then I started looking at this. I'm like, that pushes Metal Slug to 5th. I'm like, okay, you know what? No, I can't have that. Because if this is a nepo buy, then it has to be at the bottom of A. It has to. So I'm starting to think that this is looking good. And this definitely looks good too. Because I with both of these are uniquely unique. And I can't place one or over the other, because the minute I start thinking about that, I'm like, does this belong above Cryptmaster? Does Cryptmaster belong above this? But so many of them are just uniquely weird and like completely uniquely fun. Realistically, I'd put them right about here. They would inherit both the same place. They would be tied for 3rd. And because I can't describe on that, because these two are just so unique in their own respects. I just can't bring myself to do that. Oh wait, I didn't place. You know what? I'll put Kill Knight here, because it makes sense to put Kill Knight, because I love the Survivors like roguelike here, and to be able to upgrade it. This is so no, because of this turns Survivors like into action. I have to put this first. I absolutely have to put this first, because it does so many things different. This is almost akin to like the Hollow Cure of Vampire Survivors like, except unlike in Hollow Cure, which took Vampire Survivors like and did a whole bunch of different tweaks that made it its own unique thing, this is doing that but for action. So if anything, this is going to potentially spawn its own subcategory of Vampire Survivors like, but action. So in that regard, it has to be up here. Yeah, I'm fairly certain of this. But that brings us to Chocolate Factory. I'm gonna be honest, this is not the game for me. This is so needlessly complicated that this is like Factorio but first-person shooter, or like first-person Factorio. And then I started asking myself some questions. I'm like, okay, what other games are like this? And then I started thinking about Minecraft Tekkit, because Tekkit has all this bullshit, except that it's massively simplified. But when I started looking things up about that, I started finding other categories. So this is in its own regard an entirely different and unique genre. I do love the detail of everything, though. I love the candy aspect. I love if this is multiplayer, and I didn't check if it was or not, but I'm assuming that it is. If it is multiplayer, I wouldn't mind just being like like someone that's there. That's just like yeah, because it looks unique. It looks unique enough until you look at this game. Because while I was looking, because I got hyper paranoid with that one stupid car game, that I was like, okay, you know what? There has to be other games in this genre. And this is Satisfactory. It is very, very similar to Chocolate Factory. Except it goes a lot deeper. And it did come out before Chocolate Factory. And that was update 6. So if Chocolate Factory hopes to compete, it has a lot of... Yeah, it has a lot to go up against. Because this thing is like that, like that, a lot in a lot of regards, but much more. So, Chocolate Factory has this to go up against. So, in what regard can you honestly say you prefer Chocolate Factory or over Satisfactory? Yeah. So this time I did a lot more research. And that is update 5. They're on update 6. So it is because of that, because I would have, had I not done the research, I would have thought that this was just first person Factorio. And I would have said, not for me. But now that I know about Satisfactory, it doesn't have Gingerbread Man. No, it does not. Because it's definitely not an F. It can't. It has room for improvement. But therein lies the problem. Is it meh? Or does it need work? Because that's where, because it's up against a wall right now. Because if you're looking at Satisfactory, it's update 6. This is update what? Launch? So not even update 1? And that's what it's releasing with. I'm going to do, I'm going to be better on that, because meh is clearly just meh. I'm going to put this at the bottom of needs work, because it has a lot against it. This would be akin to, like, let's say they create a Deep Rock Galactic asset flip, and then it released like Deep Rock Galactic Launch did. how much updates do you think that game will need in order to catch up with Deep Rock Galactic? So they have to put in a lot of overtime. They have to put a lot of work in order to get that thing up to par. So I have to put it into needs work. Because if Satisfactory, like let's say, I mean, would I buy Satisfactory at full price? No, because it's clearly not the game for me. But if people like it because it's overwhelmingly positive, so for them, Satisfactory is probably up here or here. That means this. Yeah, this would technically be in the meh, wouldn't it? Because are people from Satisfactory going to play Chocolate Factory? Because I wanted to give it a leg up. Oh, man. No, I'm going to put it into meh. The top of meh. Because I know that sounds cruel, but Satisfactory would be up here. And if Satisfactory is up here, it has a mountain to climb to get up there. And in that time that it takes to climb that mountain, Satisfactory is going to keep updating. Which means those people that are into Satisfactory are just going to get better Satisfactory. And by the time even if this catches up to Satisfactory, Satisfactory might be on Satisfactory 2 by that point. So I think Chocolate Factory and meh is probably a good idea. Because originally, had I not known about Satisfactory, it would have been on right here. Like, definitely not for me. Like, there is an audience, but definitely not me. But now that I know about Satisfactory, yeah. I think that is fair. Now on to Endless Alice, which this is basically just Risk of Rain 2, but waifus. And it is a lot slower. She was my favorite character because she had bombs that allowed, to drop bombs on enemies. It offers that level of Toho dodging bullets, but it's just, I mean, would I want to play this or Risk of Rain 2? Now, from the character's perspective, the characters are certainly cuter than Risk of Rain 2, except for a slim few of Risk of Rain characters, like the Huntress and oh crap, what was her name? The mage girl, the one with the big ass butt. But on that, like, would I play this over Risk of Rain 2? Probably not. So this is definitely a meh. Because it feels slower. The animation qualities on the model aren't the best. I think that'll do. Now, this one is a bit more interesting. Because this is a counter-based, almost combat-style game. So you're finding the weak point of your enemy, and then hitting them. On the surface, it looks like it's simple. but you can see exactly where, because you have to choose when and where to hit the enemy. Otherwise, because all of your attacks lock you into place. So they want you to dodge. They don't want you to. They want you to either perfect dodge or counter. So it has potential, but it needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. Do I put this over Gobsmack though? No. Do I put this over? No. Do I put this? I think right about there. I think right about there is good. Because these need a lot of work. This is right in that middle category, because this is all starting to look good. Now we're starting to get to the end of everything. Because now here's Sky Oceans. And Sky Oceans is that one game that I mentioned very early on that has low graphics, but has a unique style to it. And
my name is Glenn. Glenn Windwalker.
It has enough exploration, it has enough all-roundness to it that I genuinely am intrigued by it. But the demo was horrible. It gave you just enough, but in order to get to that just enough, yeah, the demo is a slog. That demo was a massive slog. It was just, it suffers from the same thing. Like we know the mother dies or gets captured because tropes. They should have never ever started you in the beginning. They should have started you right in the middle somewhere, or already along a quest that gave you an island to explore. So that way you get to attack monsters and then you get to free roam an area. Because that would have been infinitely a lot better. It would have gave you a good example of, the combat, the exploration. You can even put a minor little quest, a minor quest in there. And it would have been so much better. And it's because of that, I can see it up here. I can see it being up here. Because the demo really soured me. Because the demo took so long to get to the good part. And by the time it got to the good part, there wasn't much to there. And even then, the demo was railroaded. They had it scripted to where you would, regardless of how good you fought, your character was going to go down at a given point or opportunity time. Because, okay, you know what? This is Persona. This is the Persona series right up here. Is this on par with Persona? No. So it's B. Would I put it higher than Kill Knight? You know what? Let's put it above Kill Knight. No! I know, Jinx. It's a good game. It's just, if this is Persona up here, because would you say Persona's S? Because if Persona's S, then yes, this thing would be A. But I'm rating. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it's nowhere near Persona. Okay, that's what you meant. So, yeah, if this Persona up here, like I'd buy on launch, it's down here. Because it's just, as much as I love it, it's just not enough. And the demo kind of soured me on that, and it's just, it makes it very hard to place. Because now all of a sudden it's going up against Kill Knight, the Time Trippers. It's going up against Dyson Fold. Because these are games that I probably would play over Sky Oceans. But Sky Oceans is good. That's the thing. Okay, you know what? I'm against my better judgment. I'm gonna leave it here because part of me is still soured on the demo, and I kind of want to put it further back. But once you get out of that demo, I have a feeling like once you get out of that noob island and the world opens up to you, then it probably will get good, and it will give you a lot more to play with. But the demo should have been better. It's much in the same way like this Caravan Witch. The demo, this is what I hate about this, is that these people need to make better demos. Because they need to drop you somewhere where they give you the most opportunity to show what that game is. And if you can't show that, it's... I don't know. Because part of me thinks I've probably even played Dyson Fold. No, you know what? I'm going to be cruel. I'm going to be cruel. I'm going to be stern but cruel. I'm going to drop it below this. I know that's messed up, but let's say Persona's up here. Somewhere, anywhere along here. That means that let's say Persona's right here. This is Persona. Sky Oceans will be right here. That means it's a close second, and it's nowhere near. So that means that has to be right there. Because even on the worst days, on the worst Persona, it's still you still have a Persona game. So even the worst Persona is still going to be a solid Persona game. And a solid Persona game is still better than the Sky Oceans game. I know that's messed up to say. But it's just... I have to be fair. I have to be tough, and I have to be brutal, and I have to be fair. Because, yeah, this is... Because I haven't even gotten to this category, which is the final day. Well, the final day plus this. Which I probably... You know what? Let's conquer Midnight Ramen. Because this will give a better indication about what's going on. Midnight Ramen is very, very much like Valhalla, from what I've seen. You're addressing people's concerns, and it is a really cute game. And on top of that, you play as a little tomboy. So it is like every single one of these people have issues and problems and everything that they're dealing with. And the thing is, it is not just about making ramen. So for her in the demo, you're just making her eggs. So she wants a plate of eggs and a drink, and not an alcoholic drink. So you just serve that. And then sometimes you'll get people that want sides. Like they'll still have the ramen, but they want a side order of extra noodles or extra pork. So they'll come up to you like, hey, I want extra this, and they'll still be eating their ramen. So you have to cook that up and then serve it to them. So it's basically Valhalla, but ramen, like a ramen store owner. It probably doesn't have the intrigue that Valhalla does, but I think this one is going to be more personal in dealing with more Japanese style like elements. It is a really cute game, but it's very, very, very story driven. And it's something that I wish I'd gotten to on one of my streams, because it's cute. It's really cute. And it's because of that I have to put, because it's A. It's an A. It's definitely an A. Is it better than Blade Chimera? I don't know. I mean, I want to play Valhalla, and if I played Valhalla, I just know from some playthroughs, or at least some people that played it, because I caught some VTubers playing through it, but I have no idea where they were when they played it. But I heard nothing but good things. So if this is legitimate, like one-to-one Valhalla, but ramen, but dealing with a different level, it might be up here. But because I have no real point of context, I'll put it here. I'll put it right behind Sporeborn Dark, because I think I'm going to like Sporeborn Dark a little bit more. And I'm definitely going to probably enjoy this more than the mech game, even though I like mechs. But this sets a precedent here. So that way it builds a wall. Okay. And now for Ale and Tavern, which this is where everything started to kind of go downhill a bit. Because this one I enjoyed and I liked. It has combat, it has basic, very, very simplistic basic serving. You don't have to worry about timings or mini games or anything like that. It's all just point, click, done. It makes things a bit more simplistic, but it makes up for it with a wider base of play, and it's multiplayer, and it's combat based, and they said that they're adding dungeons. So this, from a sheer possible potential capability, I am going to put this in B. Yeah, I think so. Right about here. Because this is no, from a multiplayer perspective, I don't think this is anywhere near, there's nowhere near Goblin. And it's an entirely category on its own. But what I have a feeling I'd probably play Kill Knight and this one more than this. And I definitely would play stuff in the A bracket over this. Okay, yeah, I think I like this. I think I like where this is going. And now, Megacopter. Megacopter, it has that old, like the old Mech Warrior, like the SNES Mech Warrior, and a lot of those old copter games that were from its era. And it's so good, but the only difference being is that you're fighting reptilians. that chose to invade. But where would I put that? Because it is something that I would play, and it is something that I would buy. You know what? I'm gonna put it right here above Ale and Tavern, because this also, because I finally remembered the game that I was thinking about, and it was called Brigador.
Has the power to fight it. The Megacopter.
Up armor edition. Okay. This one, you pilot mechs, and this is the mech one that I told you about. Mechs and other vehicles like hovercrafts and whatnot. And it's very similar to that. Very, very similar to that. It's an older game, and I played it ages ago. I don't really remember much about it. I just remember having fun with it. I don't even remember much because it has multiple pilots. So each of those pilots do something different with their respective mechs or respective vehicles. And it is a very, very, very fun and honestly challenging game in some of the later levels. And it hits that same category. So if I was to put that, then it definitely goes into... Nope. Yeah, I would definitely put it right about here. Because that is something that is just dumb fun, and I enjoyed playing it. And I did get Brigadier on a sale. I got it on a GOG sale. And I quite enjoyed that. But now we're getting to the cursed category. The entirely cursed category. The Drive Beyond. The Drive Beyond, I don't... Oh, did I put Corrupted either? Oh, come on. I could have sworn I put Corrupted. Oop. Come on. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we have even more of a cursed bracket. The Drive Beyond, I don't know what they were thinking other than just asset flip. Because I don't get nor understand this. I don't know why they went for such a really stupid design choice of flopping everything around. Of trying to just grab everything and then tilt it, squeeze it, and then all this stupid shit. I legitimately have no clue why they did that. It had potential, and if I knew about that one game beforehand, this is an S tier game. No, no. If the only thing that was saving this thing is the fact that it was a survival car-based zombie game, and there was none of that, none of it in that demo. And if it wasn't for the long drive, and I found that out the hard way. If it wasn't for this, because this has everything and it's just point and click. It's just point and click, and it does everything for you. So it makes it so much easier, so much better. It's just so good. So much better. And the only thing that it is selling itself on is the zombie aspect. And it's for that reason alone, I can't in good measure, because this is where I ended up having the problem. Like, because I was like, okay, an unplayable game versus a bad game. Like, do I put, like, how like, if I didn't have unplayable, how would I describe this? How could I put this? Like, what goes beyond? So I had to put unplayable here because it is literally unplayable. And this is just bad. It's just bad. This would have been the first F if it wasn't for airships. And the only reason why airships is here is because the devs do better. They should have known better. I don't know what they were thinking with this. If they already created such a good game, why do this? Why? I don't understand. Why? So now all of a sudden airships plagued that, because this would have been the first F. And you know what? I would have been kind of fine with that, because it's just like, okay, look at the S's that we have. Look at my standard for S. And this is my standard for A. This looks like a solid A. This looks like a standard S. That's a solid, like, look at that. That's a block of B's. And this is stuff that needs to be worked on. It has potential, but it needs work. And this is just meh. You're starting to see where my brain is sparking its neurons. You can kind of see that. You can kind of see and know in my action where my brain is on this matter. Because this, because now things are going to get a lot more, interesting, because I don't know how to put this any other way, but the last day, if it wasn't for certain games, that would have been a crapshoot. If it wasn't for certain games, this would have been it would have been a bad day. It would have been such a bad day. The final day to end on would have been such a bad thing. Because this is an asset flip. And in reality, I probably should have seen that coming, because zombies. Asset flips always put zombies in there to do something different, or to try to make themselves unique or different. So this probably should have been a red flag if I knew the other game existed, but I didn't. So because of this game, I started getting hyper paranoid. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to start doing a little bit more research on the side. I'm going to look if there's anything like this out there. Because if I'm thinking first person Factorio, this couldn't have been the only one. So now all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I found Satisfactory. And I'm like, okay, no. So this is where I'm starting to think to myself, I'm like, no, I got to start being a lot more brutal, because there's some things on this category where it's just not up to par, not up to snuff. So I have to do that. And on that up to snuff is Corrupted. Corrupted, I was looking forward to only for the sheer possibility that it's an indie Resident Evil like. Because the more indie games that we get from this, if Capcom or anyone else decide to fuck things up, you have the indie scene to rely on. Because that's the most important thing, is that you always have redundancies. So that way, if for whatever reason they start like Capcom, via Resident Evil, starts shitting the sheets, there's always a backup. But this game feels so it like the uniqueness is there, but it feels so clunky. It's nowhere near as smooth as this. Your character moves and walks like they're stomping, and when they're stomping like that, technically the zombies are moving faster than you. I don't know how or why that's possible, but technically they are. So your walk animation is slower than theirs. So the only way that you can move from place to place is running. But then you end up fighting the controls of itself as well. And it's because of that, I'm like, okay, you know what? If a Drive Beyond is there, then Corrupted has to be there as well. So now you're starting to see a lot more stuff happen here. Staying Fresh was a game that from the demo perspective, or from this thing, it looks like you're a party, or is what I was expecting was that it was a party of food, and your whole goal is to, well, stay fresh. So you slowly begin to deteriorate, and you have to get to the end of the dungeon by staying fresh. Once I started playing it, I realized that that's not what this game is. And because I would, if it was about just doing that, staying fresh, adding fresh food to your food to stay, once again to stay fresh, I'm like, okay, you know what, I could deal with that simplicity, for all the simplistic stuff, if you get that level of complexity. It's not. It's just a very, very, very simple, minimalistic dungeon crawler. This is that is in regards to like, oh God, what was it called? Not zombie, Zor. Zorbus. Now this is a very simple dungeon crawling game. And it is very brutal and very simple. It harkens back to the old like Barbarian Rogue series. And I was expecting that, but so, you know, adding freshness to your health rather than, you know, a dungeon, actual dungeon crawler. Because I was expecting something like this. And if you compare the two, I'd rather play Zorbus than staying fresh. So that is in the category that it's in. And if it's in that category, it just doesn't offer enough. Because it's just not there. And as a direct result, I have to put staying fresh into... Oh, it's already there. Okay, I have to put it into meh. Because if you're going up against other dungeon crawlers, like old style rogue dungeon crawlers, you have to offer more. You have to do something different. You have to be different. And it doesn't really do that at all. Tavern Manager is basically just Ale and Tail, but with minigames. That's when I started like panicking, because I'm like, come on. Because from the trailer, it doesn't look like it's the same exact game. So I was expecting something entirely different. But because I was expecting like that, like some degree of variance, but with some some elements of uniqueness to it. But this isn't multiplayer. This is single player. So the only thing that it does is these little mini games. So is it enough? Is it really enough to do that? And I don't think it is, because where is my, okay, there we go. Because this is how brutal it is. Last day. Because this is how cruel and brutal and unforgiving this is. Right here, right out. Oh. The front door is locked. Everything's locked. So you go to the side. And what do you see when you go through the side? Because there I am going through the front door again. Like, front door is locked. And do. Yeah, fun multi. But the difference being is that this is going to have dungeons. So there's going to be some major difference and variations there. So if they are successful with their dungeons, this is gonna beat out the other one. But you can see right there the farms, everything, and then right to the back. And there's the well going around the side, and there's the back door. Now, compare that to... I still can't believe I took this long. There we go. Go to Tavern Manager. And what do we get? The same exact entrance. Go in the tavern. Tavern's locked. Okay. We go to the side. What do we see? The same exact well. With all the scarecrows and everything else. And then what do you see here? It's almost 1-to-1. Almost 1-to-1. So I'm thinking, okay, there's those wooden things. I'll just get this. Get the axe. And like, it wouldn't let me use the axe because the axe is only used for chopping. So I go to the thing. I'm like, okay, how do I do this? So I go investigate everything again, looking through, and that's when I realize it. All I have to do is go walk up and then hold to clean. So I'm literally just pulling this stuff out instead of chopping everything down. So even if, because if this is just going to be a Tavern Manager simulator, and because you're holding and balancing your thing, but that's as if it has a balancing mechanic. Because this could just be animations that, you're not balancing anything. It's just the movement to make it seem like it's balancing. And if that's the case, that the only thing it has going for it are these little mini games. And is that enough? Is this enough to hold that through? By comparison to Ale and Tale.
My dad was a war. Welcome to Ale and Tale Tavern. I see you're not alone.
Which is multiplayer, which is they're adding dungeons to. That does the same exact thing, but you don't deal with the you don't deal with that. You don't deal with all the little mini games. So you just get it, get your stuff, boom, 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 done. And because they have monsters invading at any given time, I'd imagine that eventually there's probably going to be a barroom or tavern brawl. And if there's a tavern brawl, I wonder what would happen in this kind of a situation. And there's people playing multiplayer, which are further along than I ever was. But it's still, you know, because because realistically, if there wasn't this capability, or this if there weren't two of them, I'd probably put this in A, like maybe a low tier A. But even then, when I play this, if the dungeons are good, then maybe it's up here. But realistically, it's probably okay. You know what? I'm doing low B. No. You know what? I'm gonna go B needs work, because at this point, I can't tell the difference between the two. So this is going on combat and other stuff. So it really needs to really needs to hammer down on that. Otherwise, it's just down here. It's just down here with this, except maybe slightly better, or this slightly better. I like it's just crap. So this needs work. It has potential, but it needs work. It needs a lot of work. That's a level of a lot of work that I don't know if they're going to put into. Because if they do follow up on the dungeons, this could be good. This could boost it up to B. Like a solid B. Maybe low A. But at present, it needs work. Because it needs work to separate itself from this. And this, I have no idea how it's going to differentiate itself from this, other than minigames. So that's where it starts to get difficult. And this is where this is why I'm like, okay, I gotta be hard. I gotta be, because now all of a sudden this is starting to look, you know, but then again, maybe this is how it should look, because this looks like if you turn this sideways, it looks like a bar graph. So you have a tiny bit that is like the cream of the crop, and then you got a decent bit right here that is just good. That's solid games that you would buy or play, and then you got boom, like that. Like, yeah, like if you're getting this on a Steam sale, if you're getting this on every day, you're good. You're just good. This requires work, and it just gets worse. it just gets worse. So by that point, I was scrambling. I'm like, I gotta find something good. I gotta find something good, because I gotta end this week good. And I was saved by what's it called? Rhythm games. Oddly enough, because I don't know if I played the demo or the trailer for this. I don't think I played the trailer for it. But I'm glad, because at least even bad rhythm games are still decent rhythm games. So, I mean, this one was clearly harder because, you have this, and you're clicking between all of it. So, I appreciated this. I actually had fun with this, and it's almost like Guitar Hero, but keyboard. Keyboard Hero. So with this, I actually genuinely, uniquely had fun. Now, as for where to put that, I don't know. Because there's some people that might happen like it up here, but there's some people that might. I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna put it there because Muse Dash is good, and I like Muse Dash, but it's not something I come to routinely. On that, before I head out to the last two, I'm going to take another quick break. And this time it'll be just a real quick break. Let's do that.
I wish I could reach the stars far in the sky, spreading my own wings, soaring through the clouds. Every day say you can fall, so learn to fly. And if we forget, let's start with a dream. If we took the stars, would be left in the sky. I can make my own road to light the sea. I will be right here until you learn to fly. Far away or come and make a start with me. All the troubles slowly fade away. Let's watch the shooting stars make a racing day. Follow me crying, cause I'll be flying. I'm bending some doors, let us sailing on our way. Tell us to dance, let me bring you home and sing you. Higher, not just sing. You need a twice, not what you can do. And it will be alright. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. Shining like stars all over the today. You need everyone watching nation. Let's move. I wish I could reach the stars far in the sky. What was once a dream comes reality. Every star we saw wants to learn how to fly. And if we distress, we start with a new dream. All the holidays slowly fade away. Let's watch the shooting stars make a racing day. Follow me crying, cause I'll be flying. And bending some doors, let us sailing on the way. Tell us to dance, let me bring you home and sing you. Higher, not just sing. You need a twice, not what you can do. And it will be alright. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are, we are. Shining like stars all over the today. You need everyone watching nation. Let's move. Do you see someone down? Are they hearing the sound? Fill up the sky with starry lights. Are you feeling lonely? 집에서 사전이 fill up the sky with starry lights. We don't need more, not to look the streets or fill up the sky with starry lights. For the complication, for the desolation, leave them all behind and let us sing and go low. Let me bring you home and sing you. Higher, not just sing. You need a twice, not what you can do. Just so you let it be alright. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are, we are. Shining like stars all over the today. You need everyone watching nation. Let's
Now you see why I like this guy. He does really good Teto songs. Really, really good Teto songs. But now I know how how she felt when she was talking nonstop. I am out of water. I'm out of tea. I'm out of honey water. I'm pretty much out of everything. I went through God knows how much. And now I can definitely start to feel it in my throat. So I was like, I'm like, okay, with that much water in me, I'm like, I have to go. I have to go now. I have to go now. So it, because usually I don't drink that much water or that much liquids in general. But you know, to each their own, and to everything as is. But we are on to the last two. This one is Tavern Talk. Now, Tavern Talk, I was uniquely surprised about because it has a lot to it. It's I was expecting to go in here like Tavern Valhalla. It's not that. It's not that at all. Like, you do issue drinks, but your drinks are meant to buff the adventurers going on their quest. So what you do is you take on you hear rumors from all these different people, and then you build a quest, and then their success on that quest is going to be determined based off of what you your quest line points are, and depending on that, also what drinks you issue them. So you have to it's not just the fact that you have to just read everything like a visual novel. You have to pay attention, because you could miss like a key aspect, and it's not going to all be just one color. Like, oh, matching up the colors. No. So it's almost like you're running a guild at that point. So you're hearing all the rumors, and then based off those rumors, you're issuing quests. And then based off of that, off those quests, you're issuing them essentially potions to boost them up. It has potential. It has a lot of potential. And I was not rationally expecting it, because I was not expecting it to be that or like that. So instead of getting what Midnight Ramen is, I got something entirely different. So because this is where it starts to get difficult, because is this on par with Midnight Ramen? I don't know. That's the thing, is I don't logically know, because it could be up here in the B. It could be. Because Midnight Ramen has that extra level. Because you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna do a quick play, just to show you the difference of everything. Where is Midnight Ramen? Did I delete it? There's no way I deleted it. Oh my god, I think I did delete it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna quickly install this. Hard to say, as we didn't get to see if you could get an elf for her boyfriend. Yeah, I don't know if it's if it's that. Oh, let me get rid of that. And I'm going to skip all of the dialogue because just to let you know how much of a different game, because the trailer does not, it focuses more on the story element than the gameplay. And so once you start getting the gameplay, it turns into an entirely different game. Yes. Oh god, it's loud. Come on. But it is an immensely charming little game. And I don't... because I love the quest aspect of that. But this is in its own little category. Hold S. I'm pressing hold S. There we go. So now with this, it just like story. But yes. Got. Okay. And now this is all the foods that you get. So you get sliced scallions, seaweed, you get all of this. And then he will ask for different things. So for instance, just making this basic ramen, he's going to sit here and eat the ramen the entire evening. And throughout that evening, he's going to ask for a side order of pork, some more ramen noodles on the side, and he's just going to add it to his ramen. But how you make the, you get all of this. You get all of the classic things. And it shows the cooking tip for ramen. So your regular size, moderate firmness, everything like that. So you go boop, and then you press down, and then every single one of these are going to be different firmness. So we can add that, and then we add tonkatsu, boop, beverages, beer, beer. And the tonkatsu, tonkatsu. Okay, there we go. So we need pork, thingy, and eggs. Okay. So we put the pork on the thing. Wait for that to fry up. Grab that, put that, eggs, and Naruto. And there we go. And depending on the thing is, they may want pepper, they may want chili powder, or they may want garlic powder. And then we just serve. So while he's doing that, other customers will start to come in, and he'll start to ask for additions to this. So it has a lot of potential. So it always keeps you on your feet. And because there he is asking for another portion. So boop. Beverages. Beer. Boop. Doop. Serve. So it has that level to it. That extra level that you don't get in Tavern Talk. And it's that interesting little ability. It's that extra level. That like is Tavern Talk that Midnight Ramen. Because I don't, as much as I love the quest system, and it's solid, because I like it. Oddly enough, I love this, and I love this concept. But Is it enough? Is it enough to boost this into A? Is it enough to boost it next to Midnight Ramen? I don't know. Because then it's going up against... Because even then, because this is where it gets difficult. Because this is good. It's a good game. It's just... Would I buy this on release? Probably not, no. Midnight Ramen, I could... Would I buy Midnight Ramen on release? Now that I'm thinking about that, I'm glad I put this here, because now this is starting to get me thinking. Like, would I buy that on release? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change this up. I'm going to put Tavern Talk below that, and I'll put Midnight Ramen at top of B. Because I don't know if I would buy Midnight Ramen on release. But if I sat on it, and... I mean, I'm still thinking in the way of... Because realistically speaking, as a VTuber, I probably should be buying this on release. Because I'm still thinking in my head like an ordinary consumer. Like, would I buy this on release? And the answer is probably no. I'd probably wait for a Steam sale. But for my particular position, yeah, I'd probably put this up here. But I'm still liking this, because that it shows at least my mindset. Because even realistically, this shouldn't be here. It's just this is Nepo. This is absolutely Nepo purchase right here. I don't care where this is. I'm buying it. And this is stuff that I would buy. I am buying. So the real question is, do I like the way this looks? Okay, I put Tiny Kingdoms before Grun. I put Grun before... Okay, yeah. Chocolate Factory. Yeah, I think I like the way that this looks, because Chocolate Factory probably has more potential than Bulletmancer. Bulletmancer has probably more potential than Caravan Witch. And I'm happy with this placement because a lot of these need work. A lot of these need work in order to prove themselves. And this is... Yeah, I think I like this. I think I like this a lot. Because Crab God is right there. I love screwdrivers. Maybe... Oh, dear God. Because I'd want to place this bracket right here a little bit higher. But if I put it higher, I'm going up against Hollow Body and all this. I mean, tiny measurements could be done, but then at the same time... where would I put that, you know? Where would I put that? So I think I'm going to keep this as is. And I think I'm going to keep this as is as well. So, with that being said, it's now on to the final game. Mushroom Musume. Now, this one I know a lot of you have been waiting for, because I've been playing the hell out of this. And each of those playthroughs have been what? 429. roughly about 6 hours or 2 hours. So 2 hours on that one. I have did I play Mushroom after Snow Break? Nope, I just talked. I played Mushroom after Marfusa, didn't I? Marfusa and Metal Unit. Yeah, I played through this and it got 30. Oh my god, yeah, I'm doing like nearly 2 hour blocks of talking. No wonder my voice is shot. Jeez. And this one, I did Muse Dash and then switched over to Mushroom. In Mushroom, I did it 3 hours. Oh my god, yeah. Each Mushroom run is about 2 hours. So each Mushroom game is about 2 hours. Or each Mushroom run is about 2 hours. Yeah, you gotta take it easy. Yes. That explains a lot then. Because if I've been doing this entire... I never even noticed that. Because I've been going 1, 2, 3... No, because Because did I go straight into the week? A lot of these days are just past... No, wait. Because I did... Yeah, I started off on Monday, right? I started Steam Fest on Monday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, because then I went through my weekend. Because I take Friday off, Saturday, and Sunday off. So this is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and here's Thursday. So I've been going nonstop for, oh dear God, nearly 2 weeks, I think. Oh, okay. Congratulations, me. Because that explains why. Yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a lot now. As for Mushroom Musume, it's definitely S. It's definitely S. Now here is where things get tough. Because where are you? Mushroom. Especially with the dev telling us new things. So now we know that there's rare daughters. There was the little brown mushroom, which is rare, and then there's the other really special one, which you get if you gamble your daughter and win against the fairies. And I definitely want to go for one of the rare daughters. So we'll be doing that Monday. Because I'm definitely putting Mushroom Musume in. I'm hoping that the demo stays up until that long. Because there's no way in hell my voice is holding up throughout the weekend or throughout the rest of this day. At least not for another 2 hour block. But I would definitely place it above this. I mean, I love goblins. I love my goblin short stacks. Don't gamble your daughter. I already did. So we're gambling her again, but this time we're going to win the gamble. Because that's how you get the rare daughter. See, this right here. This is... Because I love my goblin short stacks. I could imagine this. I legitimately can imagine myself playing collabs with other flavor members. I could definitely see this playing with all of you, like all of my fans and chatters. So I can definitely see that. So that's like definitely up here. But the same thing is, I every single last one of you, including on 4chan itself, has been enjoying my mushroom runs. So that this is gonna hurt my soul, isn't it? I'm gonna put Mushroom Musume above goblins. I love my goblin short stacks, and it's done. Unironically, my goblin short stacks is by far my best video I've done, by far. So this got me a few like extra subscribers. So I owe a lot to my goblin short stacks. And I tried to do the same thing with mushrooms. I think it's too wholesome of a game to be looting. Because the minute I went from that to this little mushroom right here, I got complimented on this mushroom. So, where is... Complete? Complete. So right here, I got complimented on this little mushroom right here. Because she's super duper cute. Over this mushroom. And I did this one because I was going for the goth, and we finally got the goth, and we went with professional wrestler. So no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's like it is by far. Well, okay, even though goblins do better for me, I get more engagement from you guys from chat with mushrooms. But is Mushroom Musume better than Keylocker? Because Keylocker is good. Keylocker is so good. So would I put Keylocker above, or mushrooms above Keylocker? That's the hard part. And Mushroom Musume already said they're gonna add a farm system, or even a gacha system inside that system. So they're looking towards the long play of that, like the actual long engagement of that. So but you start to see where my mind is. Because that, even though that hurts me, like this hurts me because I love my goblin short stacks. But because that a legitimate, honest question. Did I motivate any of you guys to play Keylocker? Because I know I motivated some of you to play Mushroom Musume. because I think that will probably be the key decision. Because Keylocker is so good. Keylocker is so good. Ah. Oh, you played it after. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is like quick time the mini game, isn't it? Okay. You basically have a choose your own adventure with severe risks. Like high risk, high reward. Versus like Rocker Undertale. I know I'm gonna love Keylocker. I know I'm gonna love Keylocker. I love Goblin Cleanup already. But how many runs can I realistically do with Keylocker? I mean, I can do multiple runs with different classes, but unless this has multiple endings. If this has multiple endings in the same regard as Undertale, because right now I almost know nothing about it. I just know the beginning portions. And the character, like everything, the characters are lovely, and the characters are awesome. This is where it gets difficult, because the principal part of me wants to keep Keylocker here. Like I know this is gonna blow up. I know this is gonna be big. In the same regard of Mushroom Musume, because Mushroom Musume, I personally love. Because I've been enjoying the hell out of it, and especially experimenting with all the different daughters. And some of those rolls, man, are just like skin of your teeth. Because the one that one fairy mushroom that I had, it was down to one roll, and she lived. Even the wrestling one with the quote unquote bad ending, it technically wasn't a bad ending. It was just it just concluded her wrestling career on that one ending. I still rolled a 10 to survive, and she still lived. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm doing it. Mushroom over Keylocker. I know if this gets clicked, if this gets clipped, I'm probably boned. Because most people would pick Keylocker right here. But I've been thoroughly enjoying Mushroom Musume. And if in all due honesty, if there was more content in Goblin Cleanup, it would probably be like this. Because I would have no problem playing this again with you guys under a new map. But right now it's just the same stuff, which isn't bad. But at that point, we're just running time trials. Right at that point, like trying to clean up as much as possible. So at this point, I just play the demo with other VTubers and collab with them by doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. Final answer. We're gonna download. Oh wait, did I didn't. Oh well. I don't think I named it. You know what? We'll put it there. I got it. All right. Because I have been thoroughly enjoying my mushroom runs. And this hits me, but it's just a solid demo. It's just such a solid demo that it has everything in it. Like this is what you want in a demo. You want to give just enough of a tutorial and then let the player play. And this is like the perfect ideal demo. So that way they get a good grasp of everything, and it doesn't ruin or spoil anything. So I think I'm happy with that. I'm almost positive I'm happy with this. Yeah, this is what we're going with. And oh, that's a lot of posts. Oh. Tier list finals. And media. Where did I put that? Was it banners? Was it in temp? Oh dear God! 1 minute. Oh, okay. I put it in banners. Okay. Can I put that in there? Oh. Media. Banners. And where's my tier list? Where the hell is my tier list? Why can't I find you? Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay. This I'm happy with. And I'm going to post. I've got stuff here, and I'm not going to look at it just yet because I've been getting messages like you wouldn't believe. But this is it. I think this is it. What do you guys think? What do you think of my choice in my tier list? For some people, I was cruel with, like Chocolate Factory, but I hope it was a fair kind of cruel, especially with like Tavern Manager and Ale and Tavern, because realistically, if they weren't so similar, they'd be higher. They'd be so much higher. But I'm entirely happy with my S category. Because with that, you can see where my mind was. That's why I could not put Metal Slug above. I could not put Tactical Breach Wizards above. There's just some things that I could not put above because this is the standard of S. This is my standard of S. And if this is my standard of S, then everything has to be filtered down from that. So, yeah. This was an entertaining. I was not expecting Because I have a lot. I didn't realize I played this many games. Just back to back to back to back to back to back to back. And I'm honestly glad I segmented all of this stuff. Oh, wrong one. I segmented all this into easy, digestible little pieces here. So that way, if any of you guys want to look at what it is, you're good. And I also did... Oh, I didn't segment this. I was going to segment this for MLB. Or MB. But I'll do this later tonight. Because this was a wild one. This was so on brand. This was so on brand to have her turn into a wrestler. Our mushroom flavored flavor turn into a pro wrestler. It is so on brand. But with that, I will leave you because it's 9:30, so I went a little bit over, just a tiny bit over from what where I wanted to be, which was at 9 o'clock, which I've got to start getting better on. But at least I'm having fun, which is the important thing. So I'll leave you with the Synth V Teto, but the free VTuber model. Come on. Because this is Teto VTuber, but free. And it is a bit older. I think, oh yeah, it's 1 year old. So that was created 1 year ago. But you get to see it. Thank you very much for showing up to my tier list. And I will be taking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. A much-deserved rest after, well, a big block of power streaming. Because 7.5 hours, 6 and 18 hours, almost 4 hours, 5.5 hours, 7, 20 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, and this one is running at 5 hours and 30 minutes. No wonder I'm starting to, my throat is starting to get a little bit, yeah. But it has been a very fun, like 2 weeks? Whatever, however many days it's been. Because for me, it's just been, it honestly, between streaming and supporting as many other people as I can, it's been amazingly fun. Because I've been in a whole bunch of other people's chats, supporting and chatting and just doing my best. And then I've been streaming. So, surprisingly enough, I am not tired. Just my voice. But it's nice to know that I went for that long without having to worry about it. Thank you, Locust. Thank you, Zet. Thank you, Lurkers. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. And I will leave you with Teto VTuber, Otsukata.
教室で君と二人手をつないでいたいの数の暴力に白旗を上げて焼く感情を殺してハージーズポストトゥルースの甘いディープキスエロく歪んでるラブ&ピース自己中の光線銃乱射する強者のナゼンスを解くツールで作る殺しのラゼンズ無駄のうざ対ストリゲーム無痛分娩で授かるベイル壮大な味はノリを歴史と呼ぶ生きたいが死ねと言われ死にたいがヒーローと言われ生きたいが死ねと言われ死にたいがヒーローと言われ幸せ自慢はダメ不幸嘆いてもダメずつし言葉を避け上がる未来のためさあこの世には息もできない人がたくさんいるんですよさあこの世には息もできない人がたくさんいるんですよ I love you それぞれの好きを守るため君と僕語で呼吸する
Good night, everyone.